Representing the Auto Owners Insurance Company. Ask if auto owners make sense for you by calling Mark or Chris for a free quote. 859-236-6686. Sunshine today, high of 60. Low tonight of 39. Sunshine 67 is the high tomorrow. On Thursday, I guess tomorrow is Thursday. Sunny and 67. Friday, sunshine and 76 is the high. Should be a pretty good day there on Friday. 6:12 in the morning, 42 degrees in Danville. Joe Show time. Let's rock and roll, folks.
Say, look at JoJo.
Good morning to you, Danville and Boyle County. It's time for the Joe Show on 103.9 FM WHIR Danville.
All right, folks, it's Wednesday. It's the 16th day of April here on the Joe Show. Today we celebrate a couple of bizarre holidays. First one we celebrate is National Librarian Day. National Librarian Day. This day honors all librarians. A librarian, a person who works professionally in a library. And considering the way the world is constantly changing, the role of a librarian is always evolving to meet social and technological needs of the community. In modern times, modern libraries may deal with information in many formats, including books, magazines, newspapers, audio recordings, video recordings, maps. The list goes on and on. Think you don't need librarians? You do. They empower our communities. Today, National Librarian Day here on the Joe Show on this Wednesday, April 16th. It's also National Stress Awareness Day. It falls on April 16th in part because tax day is April 15th. Of course, there are extensions, all that, but typically tax day April 15th, so the day after that, National Stress Awareness Day seems to fall perfectly on the calendar. And those are the two holidays we celebrate accordingly this morning here on the Joe Show. Phone number to call in, 859-238-WHIR. We'd love to have you on the show. That's 238-9447. We start you off this morning playing the national anthem. It's brought to you by Bob Allen Motor Mall and the Hometown Radio Network.
The Bob Allen Motor Mall and Hometown Radio Network proudly honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
Bob Allen Motor Mall, Hometown Radio Network, teaming up every morning to honor America with a playing of our national anthem. Our phone number this morning to call in is, as always, the same, 859-238-WHIR. That's 238-9447 to get your birthdays and your anniversaries right here on the radio at this time, 238-WHIR. We have just two names down on this morning's birthday list, just two names, so not a big list, but we'll celebrate together nonetheless. Let's do this thing. Here we go.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday to you!
Birthdays today look like this. John Showalter celebrates a birthday today. Missy Benson celebrates a birthday today as well. Two names, John Showalter, Missy Benson. Call them in, 238-WHIR, and celebrate with Missy and John today on The Joe Show. There you go.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday to you!
238-9447, Missy Benson, John Showalter. Happy birthday to them, celebrating on Wednesday, April the 16th.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday to you!
There you go, 238-WHIR. It's a Wednesday. It's the 16th day of the month of April. That's 051625 on your calendar. So glad to have you on the Joe Show on this Wednesday morning. Typical Wednesday show we have lined up for you. We got a special guest coming on that we talk to once a month in the 9 o'clock in the morning hour. We'll get there in just a second. Before we get there first guest is on here at 7:20 this morning. That's Boyle County Lady Rebel softball coach Brian Dean. We'll talk with the Lady Rebel coach. They lost to West Jessamine last night. Boyle County did. So we'll talk with Coach Dean this morning. We actually will be there tomorrow night. Boyle County and Garrett County softball tomorrow night. We'll have that game on Z105 tomorrow. But talking with Coach Dean this morning at 7:20. 7:40 County Agents Corner, brought to you by Bluegrass South Livestock Market. It's a Linda McClanahan Wednesday from the Mercer County Extension Office. She'll join us at 7:40 this morning for the County Agents Corner, brought to you by Bluegrass South Livestock Market. 8 o'clock in the morning hour, 8:10, State Senator Amanda Mace Bledsoe is on the show. We'll see what's going on with State Senator Bledsoe this morning at 8:10. We'll see what she's been working on over the last week since we last talked last Wednesday. And in the 9 o'clock in the morning hour this morning, 9:35, Justin Newton from Lee's Famous Recipe joins the show. We'll do some chicken chatting with Justin about what's going on there at Lee's Famous Recipe in Danville. That's the rundown of today's show. Again, we'd love to have you on as always. Our phone number is 859-238-WHIR. Sports starts us off this morning. Reds got a big win over a former pitcher at that. And the NBA play-in tournament started last night as well, so a lot to talk about in sports. The Warriors beat the Grizzlies in the NBA play-in game. The Reds over the Mariners in an iconic baseball stadium named to host Olympic baseball. Those are the headlines on this Joe Mathis guiding you through these Wednesday morning sports. Starting off in the NBA, the play-in game last night, there was an injury to a star player, a 20-point deficit erased, and a masterclass fourth quarter from Steph Curry. The Golden State Warriors outlasted the Memphis Grizzlies yesterday in the play-in game last night to secure the number 7 seed and have a date with the number 2 seeded Houston Rockets in the first round of the postseason. In the 121-116 win, newly acquired Warriors forward Jimmy Butler led all players with 38 points, though Curry wasn't far behind, poured in 15 of his 37 in the final period. Grizzlies point guard John Morant suffered a tweaked ankle injury midway through the third quarter, but did return, scoring 22 points on 9 of 18 shooting. On Friday, in his final game of the play-in, Memphis will face the winner of Wednesday's Kings-Mavericks game to determine the number 8 seed in the West. In Tuesday's other game, the Magic rolled over the Hawks. So you've got the Magic over the Hawks in a play-in game, the Warriors over the Grizzlies in a play-in game. In Major League Baseball last night, Austin Hayes drove in 4 runs in his season debut, and the Reds beat former Red Luis Castillo and the Mariners 8-4 last night. Hayes, who signed with the Reds in free agency, singled in Matt McClain in the third. He capped the Reds' 4-run fifth with a 3-run shot to center. Hayes missed the start of the season with a left calf strain that occurred on the final day of spring training. Luis Castillo, who's now 1-2, was charged with 6 runs and 7 hits in 4 1/3. In his first career start against the Reds, he was traded from the Reds to the Mariners in July of 2022. Staying in Major League Baseball, the Olympics are coming in 2028 to Los Angeles, and one of baseball's most picturesque ballparks will be the sport's home base for the Summer Olympics in L.A. LA 28, the city's Olympic Organizing Committee, announced Tuesday that historic Dodger Stadium, home of the reigning World Series champion LA Dodgers, will host the tournament when baseball returns as an official Olympic sport in 2028. It won't be the first time the best baseball players from around the globe have competed against each other at Chavez Ravine. The championship round of the 2017 World Baseball Classic was held there as Team USA defeated Puerto Rico 8-0 for the title. In addition, baseball was played as an exhibition sport when LA last hosted the Summer Games back in 1984. And pretty cool story here, staying in baseball, where Phillies first baseman Bryce Harper is known for his wild gear, whether it's his iconic American flag headband as he wore during the 2018 Home Run Derby or his massive collection of cleats he wears for specific games. Harper's always elevated in the gear game, and on Monday it was no different. During the first at-bat of Philadelphia's 10-4 loss to the Giants, Harper swung a blue bat in the batter's box, revealing it to himself and the entire baseball world that the two-time MVP's fourth child was going to be a boy. Not even Harper knew what color his bat was going to be as the game started. Prior to the contest, he asked teammate Trey Turner to hand him a blue or pink bat, depending on his child's gender. Those are the headlines on this Wednesday morning. I'm Joe Mathis for the Hometown Radio Network.
Fit your tummy in your tank at Papa's Quick Stop number 17, where convenience meets quality. Nestled on North Stewart's Lane, the former Bluegrass Truck Stop's now under new ownership and management, offering a fresh take for truck drivers and travelers. From juicy and crispy broaster chicken to delicious mouth-watering Hunt's Brothers Pizza, available 24/7. Simply call 859-209-2400 for a speedy pickup. Premium quality diesels available for one truck or a fleet of trucks. Let Papa's Quick Stop be your perfect travel companion. Papa's Quick Stop number 17 in Danville, North Stewart's Lane looks forward to serving you.
At Monticello Bank, helping your business thrive is our business. We offer a variety of products designed to make banking easier. Whether your company is large or small, you can count on us to provide accounts, loans, and other services built around the way you do business, including e-deposit, our remote deposit capture system, and merchant processing. Speak with one of our representatives and let us help you solve your business financial needs today. Monticello Bank, where people matter. Member FDIC. On the Danville Bypass.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
Okay, Jack, appreciate that, buddy. Brought to you by our friends over at Altogether Recovery Center, Danville's first residential addiction center for men, offering life-saving, compassionate care for drug and alcohol addiction. Altogether Recovery Center is now open right here in Danville. Sunshine, high of 63, a low tonight of 41. Tomorrow, increasing clouds, a high of 65 on Friday. Sunshine and a high of 77. Right now, 6:23 in the morning. It is 41 degrees Wednesday, the 16th day of April. So glad to have you on the show this morning. 859-238-WHIR. That's 238-9447 to get your birthdays and your anniversaries right here on the radio. We've got the birthday music queued up. Let's go over those famous people having famous birthdays on this famous day. Starting off on this date, 60 years ago. 1965, where Martin Lawrence was born on April 16th. He's known for acting in the TV show Martin and the movies Blue Streak, Bad Boys, and Big Mama's House. Here's a clip from Bad Boys, Ride or Die. Martin Lawrence, 60 years old today.
Don't kiss him, Christine. Mike, in our next life, you coming back as a pair of my shoes. And I ain't gonna wear no socks.
Martin Lawrence, 60 years old today. Other birthdays include the late composer Henry Mancini. He wrote many legendary film and TV scores, including Moon River and the theme of the Pink Panther film series. He won 20 Grammy Awards and nominated for 72 throughout his lifetime. He wrote the scores for The Thornbirds, Breakfast at Tiffany's, Days of Wine and Roses, and the themes for Peter Gunn, Newhart, Hotel, and Remington Steele. Henry Mancini, born on this date, 1924, and the late inventor and aviator Wilbur Wright. I should get his name right because I apparently am kin to the Wright brothers somehow, according to someone who looked into our genealogy. Credited with some as the co-inventor and co-pilot of the first successful airplane, which he called a flying machine. He and his brother Orville's planes were later used in World War I and set the stage for modern aviation. One note, though, a man named Gustav Whitehead actually beat him by 2 years to this. So, pick your pilot, Gustav or Wilbur. Celebrity birthdays on this Wednesday, April 16th.
On this day, in country music.
Well, thank you there, Mr. Voice. It was on this day, country music history, 1969, where Johnny Cash recorded the first of his ABC TV weekly shows called Hello, I'm Johnny Cash. It was on this day, country music history, 1974, Charlie Rich at number 1 on the U.S. country chart with his song, A Very Special Love Song. And it was on this day, country music history, 1983, Alabama. Number 1 on the country singles chart with their song, Dixieland Delight. And that's what's gone on this date, 16th day of April, in the history of country music. Starting off on this day, country music history, 1969, Johnny Cash recorded the first of his ABC TV weekly shows. That show entitled,
Hello, I'm Johnny Cash.
Hello, I'm Johnny Cash. Filmed at the Ryman Auditorium, kicked off with Folsom Prison Blues. The show featured guests like Glenn Campbell, Jeannie C. Riley, and Joe Tex on that night. Now, when they began airing the episodes, the one that they filmed first actually was the 5th episode that aired. They rearranged them, but it was filmed on this date, 1969, the first of his Hello, I'm Johnny Cash.
But that train keeps a rolling all down the San Antone. When I was just a baby, my mama told me, son, always be a good boy, don't ever play with guns. But I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die.
There you go. Hello, I'm Johnny Cash. It was on this day, country music history, 1974, where Charlie Rich went number 1 on the U.S. country chart with his song, A Very Special Love Song.
Somewhere I know I'm gonna find it, babe. It'll have my love behind it. And
the song written by Billy Sherrill and Nora Wilson, who had also written Charlie Rich's 1973 hit, The Most Beautiful Girl in the World. Sherrill and Wilson won a Grammy Award for Best Country Song for this song at the 1975 Grammys for A Very Special Love Song. It was on this date, 1974. The Silver Fox, as he was known, Charlie Rich, went number 1 with A Very Special Love Song.
There's a way you know I'm gonna say it, babe. There's a melody I'll play, and I'll play it through.
And it was on this day, country music history, 1983, Alabama went number 1 on the country singles chart with the song Dixieland Delight.
Tennessee byway. One arm on the wheel.
Released as the leadoff single from their latest album called The Closer You Get, Alabama went number 1 on the country singles chart on this day, 1983, Dixieland Delight.
Worked hard all week, got a little jingle on a Tennessee Saturday night.
There you go, Alabama, Charlie Rich, and Johnny Cash have all made their mark on this date, April 16th, in country music history.
Spend my dollar.
It's 6:30 in the morning, and the Kentucky News Network, KNN, comes your way next.
Hold her up tight.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
The Franklin County Board of Education has mourned the death of a student who died in the floods. 9-year-old Gabrielle Andrews died in floodwaters at a school bus stop just before spring break. County Superintendent Mark Kopp couldn't comment on Andrews due to an ongoing investigation, but has said family resource centers and schools have been working to distribute supplies to families impacted by these floods. A convicted sex offender now facing charges after he was discovered hiding in the walls of his mother's home. John West was found after authorities discovered a trapdoor leading underneath the house. Both Kentucky and Tennessee officials have been searching for West since November 2024 after failing to appear for trial. West was arrested and his mother cited for harboring him. The Clark County Veterans Council raising funds to complete a monument honoring service members. The site for the monument was approved in August 2023 and received grant money to begin building the structure. The monument, however, needs more funding to be completed. Those donating can purchase brick pavers to dedicate to a veteran for $100 apiece. The council has created a GoFundMe page titled Donate to Honor Clark County's Fallen Heroes to take donations and purchase the paver. As of Wednesday morning, there's $175 raised from 4 donations with a $100,000 goal. A former University of Kentucky men's basketball player in trouble with the law. WKYT reporting Daniel Orton facing charges for allegedly violating an emergency protection order this past weekend. Court records state Orton was required to not come within 500 feet of a woman and her 3 kids following a domestic abuse incident with a woman last year. Orton was a member of the 2009-2010 Wildcats team that won the SEC tournament and went to the Elite 8 in the NCAA tournament that season. He'll be back in court next week. I'm Lee Mowen.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Step into Papa's Quick Stop number 7 across from the Boyle County Fairgrounds and discover the enchanting world of Candleberry candles in the huge Candleberry Corner. Refresh your world with an array of fresh cargo scents for your car for just $1.99. Tantalizing tarts, $7.99. Delightful room sprays for $9.50. Small jars are $14.99. Large jars, $25.99. Grand candy jars for $89.99. And a large selection of cookie jars for that special someone at $159.99. Visit Papa's Quick Stop number 7 across the Boyle County Fairgrounds on the bypass for an exhilarating experience like no other.
Fraud is on the rise, and scam artists use fear in their favor. Hi, I'm Adam Hopkins, Security Officer at Farmers National Bank. Messages saying you urgently need to do something, like share your private information, is a sign that it's a scam. Stay alert and be secure.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update.
The City of Danville Cemetery Committee is looking at potential rules and regulations, and now they want the public's opinion. The Danville Cemetery rules and regulations are in place to maintain a clean, safe, and reverent space for remembrance. But since they were drafted and adopted back in 2006, both Hilldale Cemetery and Bellevue Cemetery have significantly grown. The biggest potential change would revolve around the grandfather rule. According to the 2006 regulations that were passed, any ground decorations, including benches, statues, or shepherd's hooks, many of the ground decorations present in the cemetery were permitted due to a grandfather exception. These new updated rules will remove the grandfather rule, meaning that all decorations must be affixed to the monument and headstone. That would do away with certain noteworthy statues and monuments in the Bellevue Cemetery. Other changes would pertain to the date and length of time that decorations or artificial arrangements may be displayed on special occasions. All flower beds would no longer be permitted as they pose challenges to ground maintenance, and the holiday burial schedule would align with the city holidays. You can see the updated regulations on the City of Danville website, danvilleky.org, and you can voice your opinion on them as well online on the website or by calling 859-238-1200. The 90-day public comment period will end on July the 10th. Spring cleanup and bulky item pickup week is coming up for Danville and Harrodsburg. Bulk item trash pickup, where you can set items in the curb that are too big for your normal trash container, will happen first in Danville the week of April 28th through May 2nd, and then the next week in Harrodsburg from May 5th through May the 9th. The Boyle County High School Theater Department welcomes Grease back to the stage tomorrow. The show opened up last Thursday night, and you've got 3 more nights to see it. Tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. It'll take the stage those 3 nights at 7 o'clock. You can get tickets for the show online at bcpac.com. That's the Boyle County Performing Arts Center website, bcpac.com. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
Okay, this might be a little cliche, but we now interrupt regular programming for a subject near and dear to my heart, me, your radio. Hey, if you run a business, you know it's a challenge, and getting new customers is really tough. To grow your business, may I suggest me, your radio. Radio is everywhere, which means you can reach potential customers in the car, at work, at home, and at play. No other media can say that. Radio reaches more consumers within 2 hours of their largest purchase of the day than any other media. You say you'd like to use radio advertising, but you don't know where to start, or it's all overwhelming? I'm your radio. You can trust me, right? Call us today and find out how radio delivers results. We now return you to your regular programming. That is like my favorite thing in the world to say.
Promote your business to thousands of potential customers every week. To learn more, go online to advertisecentralkentucky.com. That's advertisecentralkentucky.com.
Water and electricity, two things that make our lives easier and better. But as valuable as each one is, together they can be deadly. Water is a conductor of electricity, and if you're standing in water or wet while using an electrical appliance, you could be shocked or electrocuted. Keep all electrical appliances away from water and make sure your hands are dry when using appliances. For more information, contact your electric cooperative.
And that's Intercounty Energy, a Touchstone Energy cooperative.
There's something special about eating at a local restaurant. When you're greeted at the door or you sit down at your regular seat, it's easy to tell the difference from a big chain restaurant. Cattleman's Roadhouse is proud to be locally owned, and we are committed to serving up the best hand-cut steaks, providing an all-you-can-eat salad bar, and cooking up delicious meals right here in your community. Whether you're spending time with family or just craving a great steak, we are here because the best places in life are local.
So creamy it melts in your mouth. Mom Blakeman's candy.
Mom Blakeman's has made the world's best cream pull candy, and we have been making potato candy. We ship all over the world and have it in many retail stores. You are welcome to stop by our shop in Lancaster to sample or purchase any of our 7 flavors of cream pull candy and potato candy. We have a variety of tubs and tins available. Visit our website at momblakeman'scandy.com or call 800-542-4607.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
Okay, Jack, appreciate that, buddy. Brought to you by our friends over at Danville Auto Body Shop. Top-of-the-line collision and auto body repair. Head to the mechanics at Dabbs, Danville Auto Body Shop, 315 Dillahay. Get a free estimate, and they work with their insurance company, fixing water leaks, window motor repairs, hail damage, and doing paintless tint repair at Danville Auto Body Shop. Sunshine, high of 63. Low tonight, 41. Increasing clouds tomorrow, 65. Friday, sunshine, 77 is the high, and a fairly windy day on Friday as well. Saturday, 78. Sunday, Easter Sunday, mostly cloudy and 76. Right now, it's 6:38 in the morning. It is 42 degrees. Larry Vought's got Vought's Views for you today. What's up, Larry?
Vought's Views on University of Kentucky Sports is on the air. Featuring 7-time Kentucky Sports Writer of the Year, Larry Vaught.
It's not often a team can go to the transfer portal and get a player that Kentucky fans are already very familiar with and anxious to see play. But that's the case with Kentucky fans at 6'10" Arizona State transfer Jaden Quaintance. He was committed to Kentucky and head coach John Calipari, but when Calipari left for Arkansas, that led to Quaintance deciding to head to Arizona State. Yet despite his numbers, Arizona State was not a great fit for him with its guard-oriented offense. He hurt his knee in late February, had surgery in March, and expects to be full go when the season starts. Quaintance certainly seems like a great fit for Coach Mark Pope's offense with his versatile skill set. He can also be a rim protector, and those certainly are needed in the Southeastern Conference, and that's one of the reasons Pope reached out to Quaintance very quickly.
Vought's Views will return in a moment.
In today's market, switching equipment brands is a big decision. But it just got easier with the Kloss Limited Inventory Sale now through June 30th. It's financing as low as 1.99% on select Kloss, Lexion, and Treon combines. The market's most powerful, sophisticated machines when it comes to performance and long-term ROI. Switch to Kloss. It's worth the investment and then some. Don't miss out on the offer. Learn more at ClossSavings.com. That's CLAAS Savings.com.
Jaden Quaintance played AAU basketball 2 years ago with Kentucky signee Jasper Johnson, and that did have an impact on him picking Kentucky over Auburn. Dennis Johnson, Jasper's father, could not believe how skilled Quaintance was the first time he saw him play 2 years ago. What makes Quaintance even more unique is that he's still only 17 years old. Most high school seniors and some juniors are older than Quaintance is, and that only makes his upside that much more appealing the next couple of years.
Find more from Larry at yoursportsedge.com.
There you go, Larry. Larry Vaught, Vought's Views, Mondays through Fridays right here on the Joe Show at this time at around 6:40 or so in the morning. 859-238 WHIR. Everybody's still talking about that all-female Blue Origin space flight that took off a couple of days ago, and it's starting to draw a little ire from people, I think. Like, okay, some ladies went up into space and came back down. Like I was talking to someone, and they said they called them astronauts. astronauts. They're not astronauts because they hopped in a rocket and the rocket shot up to space and brought them back down. They're not astronauts, right? Like, I can go on a baseball field and throw a couple of pitches, but that doesn't make me a Major League Baseball pitcher. I just happen to be a dude throwing some pitches on a baseball field. Getting shot up into the fringe of space doesn't make you an astronaut. It makes you a space tourist. People are still talking about that Blue Origin space flight. Check out the ad.
Want to be on the next Blue Origin space flight?
I sure do.
Then come to the Blue Origin Space Travel Training Center, where you'll learn everything you need to soar amongst the stars on a Blue Origin rocket.
Nice.
Yes, you'll embark on a rigorous training regimen that includes trying on skimpy clothes and posing for photos, singing pop songs in front of a large crowd, hosting a daytime talk show, and becoming friends with Oprah.
Well, I don't...
And dating a rich guy, so he'll put you on the rocket.
Okay, but will I learn how to tether the spacecraft to the International Space Station and perform a zero-gravity spacewalk?
I don't know what you just said, nerd.
Huh?
The Blue Origin Space Travel Training Center. Sign up today.
Let's see what's going on this morning's world of good. Are you tired of the gloom and doom that saturates your daily news? Well, of course you are, and I am right there with you. These stories remind us of the silver lining in the cloud over all of our heads. It's my way of sharing the good news with you, and hopefully you'll go do the same for somebody else. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up on the piano. It's Mr. Floyd Kramer for ya. Story number one coming from Florida, where last Saturday, Andrew Menino was visiting Lake Worth Beach in Florida when he spotted 7 teenagers struggling in a dangerous rip current. He managed to rescue 2 swimmers, while the rest of the teenagers were able to save themselves or were aided by lifeguards. Authorities are taking the opportunity now to warn the public about the dangers of rip currents and advising them on how to stay safe during incidents like that. Yeah, Dad in Florida saved the lives of teenagers at the beach who were struggling in a deadly rip current. Andrew Menino was his name. Says he almost got pulled into the rip current himself.
The first 2 kids saved themselves, and I saved the other 2. As I was trying to help them, I almost got pulled out myself.
Yeah, story number 2 coming from Florida, where Richard Lucas, a recovering alcoholic from Florida, recently reunited with a counselor who helped him begin his sobriety journey 5 years ago. After learning that Caitlin Vargo was battling a serious illness and facing hardship, Lucas promoted a fundraiser that helped her secure stable housing and much-needed support. Now, sober and studying to become a lawyer, Lucas is grateful for Vargo's part in his journey and shares his story to inspire others on a path to recovery. And story number 3 coming from Richmond, Virginia, where Danielle Green has become a rare double living organ donor, having donated both a kidney in 2022 and part of her liver earlier this year to 2 people who she had no relationship or connection to whatsoever, total strangers. Her liver procedure was performed using advanced robotic techniques at VCU Health, making her one of the few to undergo dual minimally invasive donations. Green's selfless act has brought renewed attention to the impact and potential of living organ donation. The good news, Danielle Green saves 2 total strangers by donating 2 different organs. A man repays a life-saving favor to addiction counselor who helped get him sober. And a Florida beach hero rescues a teenager caught in a dangerous rip current. That's what's going on in this morning's world of absolute good, folks. There you go, Floyd Kramer, take us home, buddy. It's all yours. Suing Us at Sunrise is coming up next.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Wow, Tricky's Car Wash is ready to make your vehicle look its very best. Tricky's Car Wash behind Smart Lube off South 4th Street. Open Monday through Friday, 9 to 7, and on Saturdays by appointment. Pickup and delivery service is available. 583-0560. Wash only $15. Wash and interior $25. Wash plus wax plus interior $50. And full detail, talk with Tricky. Tricky's Car Wash, 430 Bay Street, 583-0560. Right behind Smart Lube off South 4th. Tricky's Car Wash.
To me, it's just all about what are the records that he can break or what are the things that he can do next.
I'm Mark Darrow, and this is PRN's Garage Pass.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
During his demolition job in the Cup Series race at Bristol, Kyle Larson did things with his car nobody else could, and once again swept both stages before grabbing the checkered flag. It left reporters asking Hendrick Motorsports Vice Chairman Jeff Gordon, is there anything Larson can do now to surprise him?
Not really. I mean, I've seen him race so many different types of cars and do extraordinary things, and to me, it's just all about what are the records that he can break or what are the things that he can do next. And I'm just glad that he's a part of our organization and that we get to go, race with him.
Denny Hamlin may have failed in his attempt to win 3 races in a row for the first time in his career, but he did become the 29th Cup driver to make 400 consecutive starts.
Certainly very hard to do. I mean, I've done this for 20-some years now and certainly know the toll that it takes on your body in the long term. It's very, very difficult to stay in the car at all times, and I've had to miss a few times because of other things, but certainly it's great to be part of the sport as long as I have.
Hamlin and Larson have now finished 1-2 on 7 occasions, but Bristol was the first time Larson came out on top.
From pads and rotors to shocks and struts, coming to a full stop should never mean your business does too. At Napa, we are the pros that know brakes and suspension better than anyone. So when others are grinding their gears, our premium parts and exceptional service deliver results. Whether you're operating a local shop or managing a national fleet, Napa has exactly what you need, when and where you need it. Get the brake and suspension parts you're looking for right now at Napa.
It was good to see the Hall of Fame catcher for the Cincinnati Reds, Johnny Bench at Bristol, promoting the track's upcoming Major League Baseball game on August 2nd between the Reds and the Atlanta Braves. As it turns out, Bench is a NASCAR fan.
The problem I have is I have trouble getting in the car. They don't make cars big enough for catchers. I was at Daytona, and they said, you want to take a lap around? I said, I'd love to. He said, all right, crawl in the window. I said, I'll just stay here in the pit because I could not crawl in that window.
PRN's Garage Pass, not narrow-minded, Garrow-minded.
Serving Boyle County seniors, a gathering place.
Our
adult day health care services provide independence through assistance for adults with special needs ages 21 and over. Our participants enjoy games, reality orientation, cognitive and physical activities, exercise, music and craft programs, while offering families freedom and peace of mind knowing their loved ones are cared for in a safe, supportive environment. Visit thegatheringplace.org. Follow on Facebook and Instagram for more info.
Step into Papa's Quick Stop number 7 across from the Boyle County Fairgrounds and discover the enchanting world of Candleberry candles in the huge Candleberry Corner. Refresh your world with an array of fresh cargo scents for your car for just $1.99. Tantalizing tarts, $7.99. Delightful room sprays for $9.50. Small jars are $14.99. Large jars, $25.99. Grand candy jars for $89.99. And a large selection of cookie jars for that special someone at $159.99. Visit Papa's Quick Stop number 7 across the Boyle County Fairgrounds on the bypass for an exhilarating experience like no other.
This is Randy Gipp Graham. If you want to start your weekend off in a winning way, propelling you into a new work week, then join with our team every Saturday morning at 7 o'clock on the Kentucky Power Hour. Sure, we talk current events, politics, a little sports, and a lot about leadership, but with you, the listener, in mind. So start your day off in a winning way. Right here on the Happy Station, WHIR.
The Kentucky Power Hour on AM 1230 and FM 103.9.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
All right, Jake. Appreciate that, old buddy. Brought to you by our friends and out over at Howard Carpenter Flooring Outlet, Harrisburg, specializing in discount waterproof vinyl flooring, hardwood, tile, and carpet remnants. Shop and save on all types of floor coverings. Howard Carpenter Flooring Outlet, 540 North College Street. All right, sunshine 63 and 41 is the high and low. Tomorrow, increasing clouds, high at 65. Friday, sunshine 77 is the high. Right now, it's 6:52 in the morning, 42 degrees here in Danville. It was a long game last night at Admiral Field between Danville and Boyle County. A Rebel 9-6 win over Danville in a game that lasted 3 hours and 7 minutes to get through 7 innings. 25 minutes of that was because of a light delay. They couldn't get the lights on at Admiral Field. A couple of fuses were blown, and they finally rewired some things and got the lights working, but took 25 minutes before the lights could come on when they asked them to come on. So, in total, 3 hours and 7 minutes from start to finish, and a Boyle County win 9-6 last night over Danville. They're back in action tonight at Rebel Field. We'll have that game for you. 6 o'clock first pitch tonight on Z105 WRNZ-FM. 100% hilarious. So bad they're good. Warning, these may make you cringe. It's time for everyone's 6th favorite segment on the Joe Show every morning. It's called the Dad Joke of the Day. Here we go.
Dad Joke of the Day.
All right, the Dad Joke of the Day. What do you call a teacher that never passes gas in public? What do you call a teacher that never passes gas in public? A private tutor. There you go. Dad Joke of the Day. Mondays through Fridays right here on the Joe Show. WHIR Danville News Talk Sports. Bye.
It's going down.
Welcome to the planet of the apps.
Well, how about this? If you want to track your steps, your walking, your weight loss, there's a free Pacer pedometer, and this is a good one. You want to download Pacer, P as in Paul, A-C-E-R, the Pacer app. It turns your phone into a personal health and weight loss tracker. And my sister Carolyn sent me a text saying that she had lost 21 pounds. Didn't think she needed to, but she lost 21 pounds starting back in August, and now she feels great. She says, I use Pacer, and I am loving Wild Fit. So Google Wild Fit and see what it does. You put it in tandem with Pacer, and you're on the way. Makes you feel great. And they always say nothing tastes as good as being thin feels. That's what they say in Hollywood. But anyway, download it. It works, and you can track everything with Pacer. rated number one. Right here in this molten magma every day, it's Rick Dees in the Planet of the Apps.
There you go, Planet of the Apps, Mondays through Fridays, right here on the Joe Show at this time. Leads us into this morning's Country Comic Spotlight. Paul Snider in the spotlight this morning. Paul Snider talking about being a stand-up comedian, but also being an introvert, and how those two things work together. Paul Snider, a Country Comic Spotlight.
Now, if you don't mind, also give me a round of applause, because I am a huge introvert, and I left the house for this today, so... Thank you. I did my Wordle, and then I came on in, so... Yes. The introverts, they are my people. Sometimes I'll even ask by round of applause, where the other introverts are in the room, and... That got it. Nailed it. Just a one solitary clap. That was it. And they are probably heading home right now. That was like, I overdid it. That was exhausting. I shouldn't have done that. I know. My people aren't going to applaud. I know this. They might give me like half a head nod, and then we're going to look right back at our shoes where it's say, that is what my people do. But I feel like as an introvert and a comic, I have the pleasure of sharing with the extroverts what the introverts have been talking about, Talking's kind of a strong word, I think, but I mean, we have a group text, all right? That's what we have. But here's just something that I feel like I'd like to share with you guys that most introverts can agree with, and that is that we miss COVID, you guys. That was the golden age of being. That was our Normandy, you guys. That we stormed that beach. And then we went home for 3 years.
Paul Snider in the Country Comic Spotlight. Rick Dees in this morning's Planet of the Apps and the dad joke of the day. Best jokes from last night's late night show. Starting off with Jimmy Kimmel joking on ABC's Jimmy Kimmel Live about Joe Biden making his first post-presidency speech last night.
Biden spoke at a bipartisan event to encourage Democrats and Republicans to work to protect Social Security together, which seems about as likely to happen as a reboot of Fiddler on the Roof starring Kanye West. But
Jimmy Kimmel also joking about the price of coffee being higher than ever before.
The stock market was down again today, and the price of coffee is higher than ever. And this is before the tariffs hit. Can you imagine the mental health crisis we are going to have in this country if people can't afford coffee in the morning? The number of workplace stabbings is about to go through the roof.
And then last night, Luke Bryan was on Jimmy Kimmel Live, and he joked about his former American Idol judge, Katy Perry, going to space.
And back when she announced that she was going to do that, I had sent her a text going, good luck. Wow, that's crazy. You're getting to do that. And like I said, a couple months later, there I am walking around my farm watching the 1 hour telecast of it.
Oh, you watched the whole hour?
Yeah, the ladies are in the Rivian. They're heading to the capsule. And I'm sitting there walking, and it roped me in. Because when you have a friend, I mean, let's face it, it could blow up.
Mm-hmm. It could
so
blow
I
up.
wanted it to not do that.
Mm-hmm.
Selling us at Sunrise, Jimmy Kimmel. Luke Bryan and Jimmy Kimmel show last night, along with our dad joke of the day, Country Comic Spotlight, Rick Dees, in this morning's Planet of the Apps. Hey, it's 6:59 in the morning. We're 30 seconds away from our top hour news coming up in the 7 o'clock in the morning hour. At 7:20, we're talking Boyle County softball with Lady Rebel head coach Brian Dean, who joins the show this morning at 7:20. County Agents Corner comes your way at 7:40 this morning. We'll see what's going on with Linda McClanahan and the Mercer County Extension Office at 7:40 with the County Agents Corner. A busy 7 o'clock in the morning hour. Hope you stay tuned. Top Hour News coming your way next.
This is the talk of the town, AM 1230, and now on FM 103.9, WHIR Danville, powered by Kentucky WiMAX.
It's 7 o'clock.
NBC News Radio, I'm Michael Kastner. President Trump says he's considering sending U.S. citizens who've committed violent crimes to prisons in El Salvador. Trump told Fox News, "We're looking into it and we want to do it," referring to them as homegrown criminals.
Ones that grew up and something went wrong and they hit people over the head with a baseball bat. We have and push people into subways.
His comments come as the fate of a man from Maryland wrongly deported to El Salvador is still up in the air. A judge said the White House must do more to facilitate the return of the man. The suspected weekend arson at the Pennsylvania governor's residence will be investigated as a possible hate crime. The district attorney in Dauphin County believes suspect Cody Balmer targeted Governor Josh Shapiro, a Democrat, for his Jewish faith after he reportedly claimed Shapiro had plans for what he wants to do to the Palestinian people. A report says one of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's top advisors was escorted out of the Pentagon after an investigation into leaks. More from Brian Shook.
Reuters says senior advisor Dan Caldwell was placed on administrative leave Tuesday for an unauthorized disclosure. Caldwell is a Marine veteran and served in the Iraq War.
NASA is looking for a mascot design to represent a crewed mission to the moon. More from Mark Mayfield.
Artemis 2 travels to the moon next year with human beings on board for the first time since the 1970s. The uncrewed Artemis 1 mission in 2022 held a plush Snoopy as the zero-gravity indicator inside the Orion capsule. NASA wants to do something similar for next year's mission and wants the public to design its mascot. The winning design has a chance to win a cash prize over $1,200.
Michael Kastner, NBC News Radio.
Be safe, Kentucky. Buckle up and put the phone down.
Brought to you by Team Kentucky and the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 26th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
Jury selection has started in the sex crimes retrial of former movie producer Harvey Weinstein in Lower Manhattan. Scott Pringle reports.
The trial is expected to last 6 weeks. Weinstein is facing 1 count of rape and 2 counts of criminal sexual acts. This is connected to alleged incidents involving an actress in a hotel room, a production assistant, and another woman who was not part of the original case. Lindsay Goldbrum is the attorney for that woman.
This was not consensual. This was sexual assault with force. Her story is not mine to tell, but she will tell it on the witness stand.
Weinstein was convicted in 2020, but that conviction was tossed after an appeals court ruled the witness process was handled incorrectly.
3 people were arrested. Several more were ejected last night from a town hall held by Georgia Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. One man was dragged out by 4 police officers from the side, a community center in the Atlanta area. Police say 2 people were tased after resisting arrest. Local media reports the event was tightly controlled as crowds stood outside with empty chairs inside. Green used much of the event to praise policies of President Trump. Health officials are raising awareness about a health problem bigger than influenza. Katie Gray with more.
This comes as the agency says there has been a rise in STI infections over the past 5 years. This week is Sexually Transmitted Infectious Awareness Week. Experts do recommend practicing abstinence or being mutually monogamous with a partner that has tested negative for all STIs as a way to stay safe. I'm Katie Gray.
United Airlines will reduce the number of flights this summer. The Chicago-based carrier says it plans to trim domestic capacity by 4%. And that's going to start in the third quarter. Michael Kastner, NBC.
Let me ask you a question. Are you running a small business and need more customers? Hi, this is Don, your small business marketing specialist. So how do you increase traffic by 20%? Well, there are only two ways to do it. Either get your current customers to spend 20% more, and that's not going to happen. Or get more new customers to try your business. Well, the latest research is in, and radio is dominating the competition. A new study found that across 10 brands in a number of different categories, radio commercials increase store traffic by over 20%. Categories like automotive and beauty retailers experienced an increase of over 30% in new customers. And if you're hungry, quick service restaurants increase their business by over 20%. That's right, and radio has the best ROI of any media, period. So are you ready to get new customers? Give us a call today and discover how radio can help grow your business.
Promote your business to thousands of potential customers every week. To learn more, go online to advertisecentralkentucky.com. That's advertisecentralkentucky.com.
Good morning to you folks. Wednesday, the 16th day of the month of April, 041625. 04, not 05. 05 would be May 16th, which would be me and Rebecca's anniversary. We are not there yet. It's 0416, April 16th. And a day where we get sunshine, 63 as the high today. Forecast comes your way. News is coming up next. Brought to you by our friends at Stuart Powell Ford Mazda.
At Stuart Powell Ford Mazda, we are proud to be your hometown dealer for many reasons. Selection, service, convenient location, and our people. Your friends, family, and neighbors. Since 1949 at Stuart Powell, we make it easy. Stuart Powell Ford Mazda. Visit us on the bypass in Danville or online at stuartpowell.com.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update.
The City of Danville Cemetery Committee is looking at potential rules and regulations, and now they want the public's opinion. The Danville Cemetery rules and regulations are in place to maintain a clean, safe, and reverent space for remembrance. But since they were drafted and adopted back in 2006, both Hilldale Cemetery and Bellevue Cemetery have significantly grown. The biggest potential change would revolve around the grandfather rule. According to the 2006 regulations that were passed, any ground decorations, including benches, statues, or shepherd's hooks, many of the ground decorations present in the cemetery were permitted due to a grandfather exception. These new updated rules will remove the grandfather rule, meaning that all decorations must be affixed to the monument and headstone. That would do away with certain noteworthy statues and monuments in the Bellevue Cemetery. Other changes would pertain to the date and length of time that decorations or artificial arrangements may be displayed on special occasions. All flower beds would no longer be permitted as they pose challenges to ground maintenance, and the holiday burial schedule would align with the city holidays. You can see the updated regulations on the City of Danville website, danvilleky.org, and you can voice your opinion on them as well online on the website or by calling 859-238-1200. The 90-day public comment period will end on July the 10th. Spring cleanup and bulky item pickup week is coming up for Danville and Harrodsburg. Bulk item trash pickup, where you can set items in the curb that are too big for your normal trash container, will happen first in Danville the week of April 28th through May 2nd, and then the next week in Harrodsburg from May 5th through May the 9th. The Boyle County High School Theater Department welcomes Grease back to the stage tomorrow. The show opened up last Thursday night, and you've got 3 more nights to see it. Tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. It'll take the stage those 3 nights at 7 o'clock. You can get tickets for the show online at bcpac.com. That's the Boyle County Performing Arts Center website, bcpac.com. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
This morning's local news was a service of Stuart Powell Ford Mazda on the bypass in Danville and online at stuartpowell.com.
Be prepared for what Mother Nature brings. Keep up to date with weather forecasts here every hour on WHIR.
Now available at Farmers National Bank, free checking and a free gift. Simply open a new Farmers National Bank personal or business checking account and receive a free gift. Minimum required deposit is only $50. We make the process fast and easy. Call 866-888-0220 or stop into one of our 12 convenient locations. Farmers National Bank, with locations in Danville, Bergen, Harrodsburg, Junction City, Lancaster, Perryville, Stanford, Liberty, and Middleburg. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
It's Wednesday, and you know what that means. It's Lee's Famous Recipes 3-Piece Special Day. You get 3 pieces of famous or crispy chicken or famous strips, your choice of 2 sides, and a buttermilk biscuit, all just $8.26 tax included. A savings of almost $2. Catch the Danville Special, a piece of their famous fish, chicken strip, a side of your choice, and buttermilk biscuit for one low price. Lee's caters at 859-236-8777. The best value every Wednesday is a 3-piece chicken dinner for only $8.26. Lee's Famous Recipe in Danville on South 4th.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by
The Little Sign Shop and our new owners and operators. They offer all types of quality signs at affordable prices, many within 24 hours. They are in Danville, where 2nd and 4th Streets meet. Call them 859-238-7391 for The Little Sign Shop. Sunny skies, a high today 63, low tonight 41. Tomorrow, increasing clouds 65. Friday, sunshine 77. Right now, it's 7:11 in the morning. It is 42 degrees. Wednesday, the 16th day of the month of April. Today is actually my 13th work anniversary at the Hometown Radio Network. My first day full-time was April the 16th of 2012. Now, I had interned twice at the station as an intern in 2 different summers. One the summer of 2011, one the summer of 2009, and then one the summer of 2011, and then was hired here full-time, graduated college in December of 2011, and then 2012, April 16th, 2012 was my first day. I was working in the news department under then news director Vicki DeLee Hyde. She was the news director at that point. And I was hired on as a news reporter, so I would go to the Boyle County Fiscal Court meetings and the Mercer County Fiscal Court meetings and was reporting on what was going on there as the news reporter. And then was able to make my way to WHBN, and then in 2020 came over here to HIR. But today's my third. I can't believe it's been 13 years. I told my parents that the other day. They're like, "There's no way you've worked at the radio station full time for 13 years." And I said, "Yes, way there is." April 16th, 2012, that's the date. So here we are in the year 2025, 13 years and 3 kids later, still going strong. Let's see what's breaking and trending this morning here on The Joe Show. Starting off with this, where President Donald Trump was caught on a hot mic talking with El Salvadorian President Nayib Bukele. Before their press conference this week, Trump discussed with the president the idea of sending homegrowns to El Salvador. The U.S. president was caught saying, "The homegrowns, you got to build about 5 more places. It's not big enough." During the press conference, Trump said, "We're looking into it and what we want to do," referring to them as homegrown criminals. His comments came as the fate of a man from Maryland wrongly deported to El Salvador still up in the air. The Supreme Court, in a unanimous decision, said the White House must facilitate the return of the man, but the administration is ignoring that directive. The estranged wife of Ghost Adventures host Aaron Goodwin appeared in court Monday and accepted a plea deal to 1 felony count of conspiracy to commit murder. Goodwin was the focus of the plot. Victoria Goodwin will face a minimum sentence of 2 to 10 years in prison. Her arraignment is scheduled for April 22nd. She will plead guilty then. Former game show host Wink Martindale has died at the age of 91. Martindale, known for hosting Tic-Tac-Dough, High Rollers, and other shows throughout his career, which spans 74 years in both TV and radio. His manager announced he died in California yesterday, surrounded by family. No cause of death was provided. Hey, as of yesterday, the measles outbreak in Texas has escalated to 561 confirmed cases, marking an increase of 20 cases over the past 5 days. The majority of infections, though not all, but the majority are among unvaccinated individuals. Only 11 cases reported among individuals who received at least 1 dose of MMR. Gaines County remains the epicenter of the outbreak, accounting for over 65% of the state's cases. The outbreak has also spread to neighboring states like New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Kansas, contributing to a nationwide total of 700 measles cases, the highest in a decade. Jennifer Walsh, an assistant professor at George Washington University School of Nursing, said that measles cases will continue to rise.
Until we get our vaccination rates up, we are going to see continued cases of measles that pop up, especially with such a fluid country that we live in with lots of transportation in and out.
A new report from the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention revealed that autism spectrum disorder diagnoses among 8-year-old children in the U.S. have reached an all-time high. In 2022, approximately 1 in 31 children were identified with autism, up from 1 in 36 in 2020 and 1 in 44 in 2018, with boys diagnosed with autism at a rate 3.4 times higher than girls. Experts attribute the rise in autism diagnoses to several factors, including increased awareness, improved screening methods, and broader diagnostic criteria that encompasses a wide range of behaviors. While these factors contribute to higher identification rates, they cannot fully explain the increase of autism. That's what's breaking and trending this morning on The Joe Show on 103.9 FM, WHIR Danville News, Talk Sports. It is 7:15. We've got the Big Daddy coming your way. He'll make his morning debut, letting us know what's going on in the world of sports. Then we talk with Boyle Lady Rebel softball coach Brian Deem. It's all coming up next, right here on The Joe Show. Stewart Powell Ford Mazda brings you Steve Sports.
This Steve Bertram Sports Report is a service of Stewart Powell Ford Mazda on the Danville Bypass and online at stewartpowell.com.
Hi, this is Fred Sizemore with Stewart Powell Ford Mazda here on the Bypass in Danville, where we make buying a vehicle easy. No fast talk, no high-pressure sales, no gimmicks or silly commercials. Just honest deals and a team that takes pride in doing business the right way. For over 75 years, we've built trust by treating our customers like family, offering fair prices and making sure you drive away with confidence. Stop by today and see just how easy it is to do business with us.
Come to Stewart Powell, we can do business.
Stop in at 225 South Danville Bypass.
Hello, Central Kentucky. I'm Steve Bertram with sports. Kentucky's leading scorer from last season, Otega Owe, is putting his name into the NBA draft, but he'll also maintain his college eligibility. Owe averaged over 16 points a game for the Cats and became their most important offensive weapon down the stretch when UK was hit by injuries. The deadline for withdrawing your name for the draft is June 15th at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Only 60 players get drafted, and Owe is rated among the mid-80s. Kentucky also lost the battle for Sam Houston State shooting guard Lamar Wilkerson, who committed to Indiana. Wilkerson said he didn't want to be just another guy at Kentucky. In high school baseball last night, Boyle County outscored Danville 9-6. Teams meet again tonight on Hometown Radio as Rebels host the Admirals at 6 o'clock on Z105. Follow us streaming online at hometownlive.net. Other high school baseball scores: Garrett County 4, Lincoln County 2, and Mercer County 5, East Jessamine 4. In fast pitch softball, it was Garrett County 16, Dunbar 8, West Jessamine 13, Boyle County 7, Mercer County 13, East Jessamine 9, LCA 13, Bergen 8, and Washington County 23, Danville 13. Kenny Brooks has his third commit to Kentucky from the transfer portal. 5'9" guard Tony Morgan from Georgia Tech has committed to the Cats. Morgan is a two-time All-ACC player. In Major League Baseball, Cincinnati won its fourth straight game last night, 8-4 over Seattle. D.H. Austin Hayes homered and drove in 4 runs, while Gavin Lux went 4 for 4 and drove in 2. And that's sports. God bless America. I'm Steve Bertram on the Hometown Radio Network.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Planning a wedding? Paying for a wedding? Attending a wedding? Hi, this is Pam Pfister Clark with Wedding Planning with Pam, inviting you to join us Monday through Friday after the 8:30 morning news on WHIR AM 1230. I'll give you sound wedding planning advice and money-saving tips, information you need, and you'll get it all right here at your favorite radio station, WHIR AM 1230.
Jade Jordan. I live in Lawrenceburg. I worked with Miss Christy Welch. Oh my gosh, it was perfect. She made everything completely smooth. We knew nothing about the home buying process. It was me and my husband's first home. Walked us through every single step and truly treated us like we were family. Answered every question. She looked out for things in the houses, truly listened to what we wanted, found things that fit us, truly felt like a friend after the process.
Welch Homes Real Estate. Welcome home with Welch Homes.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
Okay, Jack, that's awfully nice of you, buddy. Brought to you by our friends over at Dexter and WHIR Insurance, your local independent insurance agency. They proudly represent the Auto Owners Insurance Company. Call Mark or Chris. They'd love to give you a free quote. 859-236-6686. Dexter, WHIR Insurance. Sunshine, high of 63. A low tonight, 41. Tomorrow, increasing clouds, a high of 65. Friday, sunshine, 77 is your high. Right now, it's 7:22 in the morning, and we're looking at 42 degrees on this cooler Wednesday morning, and we welcome on to the show Boyle County Lady Rebel softball coach Brian Dean. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Doing well. How are you doing, Joe?
Doing great, Coach. Appreciate you being on here this morning. You all played last night, had a game against West Chessman in a game that was, I'm sure, was a little cool on you. It was cooler on us last night, calling the Boyle Danville baseball game, and hoping for warmer weather over the next couple of days, particularly Thursday. We'll be there for the Garrett Boyle softball game there Thursday night, Coach. But yesterday started a run of 3 straight games for you all. You played yesterday versus West. You've got Casey County tonight. You hop back into district play with Garrett County on Thursday. So a busy week for you all this week, isn't it?
It is. It's been a busy last 5 days for us. We went up to Northern Kentucky and played 2 top 25 teams, Highlands and Harrison County. Performed well in one. The early game, we kind of didn't get out. We were still in the hotel room about midway through, but that's a learning process for us, and that's something we have to deal with. But last night I thought we did some really good things, but we kind of kicked the ball around, so we got to get our focus back and get ourselves ready to go on the road tonight to Casey County.
Hey, I was going to ask you to break down last night's game. I don't know what happened to my Game Changer account. Somehow it locked me out, and so I couldn't look at the stats. So walk us through last night's game, Coach. It was a 13-7 West Chessman win.
Yeah, I felt like, Catherine threw the ball well last night. West Chessman can hit the ball, but we kicked the ball around a little bit early, so put us in a hole. My kids fought back and battled, cut it to 5-4, cut it to 6-5, cut it to 7-6. Molly Finley had a nice two-run home run, and kind of lost focus again and made a couple of simple mistakes in the infield. And next thing you know, you can't do that against a good hitting team; they'll make you pay. So it's a learning thing for us. Obviously, we're all a little frustrated about it happening, but there's nothing we can do. So we're going to leave, as I like to think, is leave the event and get ready for the next one coming up, and that's today. And we're going to go down to Casey County and see what happens.
Yeah, Casey County's not a team that you all have played all that often. You played them 2 years ago in 2023, but that's the only time that when with you as the head coach of Boyle County, that you all played Casey County softball. Last time before that came 13 years prior in 2010. So what do you know about this Casey County Lady Rebel versus Lady Rebel matchup tonight?
Harmony Mason is going to be in the circle. She a pitcher that can work, all four quadrants. He does a really good job of moving the ball north and south, east, west. They can hit the ball. Dustin Neat's daughter is a very good center fielder. She loves to be able to put the bat on the ball and drive and can drive it really well. They got Emily Jeffries behind the plate. She's a strong kid. She's a lefty with a really quick release, so we're going to have to be careful with that when we're on the bases. But, all in all, I keep telling my kids, I give them the information about the pitching and the hitting, but at the end of the day, we got to execute. And if we execute, we put ourselves in positions to win games like we did Saturday against Harrison County. We executed the game plan well. 3-3 tie game going into the bottom of the sixth, and against the number 8 team in the state, but we didn't make any errors. We were smart at the plate. So it all boils down to focus. It's a fairly short bus ride to Casey County, about 40-45 minutes, so that's a plus. And we're just going to go down there and just do what we can and do what we do, and hopefully we can clean up our defense a little bit, and we'll be in good shape.
Yeah, so much in the sport of softball and baseball that leads to success, and oftentimes I feel like for fans and even for me too, Coach, like you're watching the game and you're like, if you can score 20 runs, you're going to win. Just mash the ball, and sure, that's true, but there's so much to be said about good defense. Like I said, not kicking the ball around, not giving the team extra bases, extra outs to work with, and getting outs when you can and getting out of innings, because the longer innings extend, obviously the better chance the team you're playing has to score runs, and defense is such a critical part of baseball that's oftentimes overlooked by a lot of people.
Right, and, we've been playing some good defense. Early in the season, obviously, we were getting into the groove of things, but of late we've been playing some good defense and doing some good things. Like I said, Catherine threw the ball well last night. West is a very good hitting team. People do not need to overlook them, and we obviously weren't overlooking them. But we got to make routine plays. I always tell them, make the routine plays. The ESPN top 10 plays will come, but we got to make the routine plays. Yeah. And we got a couple of kids that are out as well. So we had a freshman left-hander that I put at third base, which is completely unconventional, but she made some great plays yesterday. She made some plays and got some kids out. So, we're working our way through the injury bug right now, trying to just keep battling and keep fighting and getting ourselves ready to go for the stretch run in May.
And Casey County tonight at home versus Garrett County Thursday. Again, we'll have that Thursday game on our sister station, Z105. We'll be back there again at Lady Rebel Field a week from yesterday, next Tuesday, when you all host Mercer County. So we've got a couple of Bulls softball games coming up in the next week we'll have here on the Hometown Radio Network. Coach Brian Dean, Coach, we appreciate you being on. Safe travels to Liberty tonight, and we'll talk to you again next Wednesday, I should say, but we'll see you tomorrow night there at Lady Rebel Field, okay?
Sounds great, and always Rebels forever.
There you go. Appreciate that, Coach. Talk to you later. That's Boyle County Lady Rebel coach Brian Deem, who has the Lady Rebels heading to Casey County tonight and trying to break a 3-game skid they're on right now and get things right before they take on an important game tomorrow night. Not that every game's not important, but when you look at it from district perspective and district standings, those district games obviously uber important. They've got Garrett County tomorrow night, and we'll have that game again on Z105, WR and ZFM, Garrett County versus Boyle County. 7:29 in the morning. We are about a minute away from bottom hour news. We'll have K&N giving us an update what's going on around the Bluegrass State. And then we have the County Agents Corner coming up right after that with Linda McClanahan.
One's online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with Big Deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with big deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Flood recovery efforts continue in Louisville. Paul Miles has the latest.
Mayor Greenberg says public works crews and a contractor are ahead of schedule in getting the city cleaned up in time for the Kentucky Derby. The focus now is on River Road between 2nd and 9th Streets.
There was a significant amount of debris in those areas. Most of that debris has now been removed, and we're focused on removing the mud and the muck.
The city is also working with state officials on mitigating a mudslide that is threatening several homes along Harrods Creek in Prospect.
Is it from a flood? Is it an act of God? Is there so many things that could be considered? We're truly in a little bit of new territory right here.
Kelly Jones is the Deputy Director of Metro Emergency Services. I'm Paul Miles.
Meantime, Tim Voigt talked to WLKY about his home among those being threatened by the mudslides.
I looked out and I started to see what I now know was some dirt that was going out into the water. It looked like some foam.
Land, trees, and utility poles falling off the hillside into the water. Louisville Metro Emergency Management is helping along with the Red Cross, but much of what's going on right now is a wait-and-see situation. And there's more rain in the forecast this weekend. A City of Oak Grove employee in hot water for allegedly stealing money. State police say Oak Grove payroll employee Haley Bamford is accused of altering her timesheets and destroying payroll records. The 38-year-old is accused of falsifying her timesheets dating back to 2022 in an effort to get more money out of the city. An audit found several instances of false and altered entries. A Tuesday morning house fire injures 2 and kills a dog in Somerset. The fire department responded to a call just before 11 o'clock when fire and smoke coming from a house. One person taken to the hospital, the other refused to go. I'm Lee Mowen.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at HIMSS.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to HIMSS.com/joy. That's HIMSS.com/joy for your free online visit.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update.
The City of Danville Cemetery Committee is looking at potential rules and regulations, and now they want the public's opinion. The Danville Cemetery rules and regulations are in place to maintain a clean, safe, and reverent space for remembrance. Since they were drafted and adopted back in 2006, both Hilldale Cemetery and Bellevue Cemetery have significantly grown. The biggest potential change would revolve around the grandfather rule. According to the 2006 regulations that were passed, any ground decorations, including benches, statues, or shepherd's hooks, many of the ground decorations present in the cemetery were permitted due to a grandfather exception. These new updated rules will remove the grandfather rule, meaning that all decorations must be affixed to the monument and headstone. That would do away with certain noteworthy statues and monuments in the Bellevue Cemetery. Other changes would pertain to the date and length of time that decorations or artificial arrangements may be displayed on special occasions. All flower beds would no longer be permitted as they pose challenges to ground maintenance, and the holiday burial schedule would align with the city holidays. You can see the updated regulations on the City of Danville website, danvilleky.org, and you can voice your opinion on them as well online on the website or by calling 859-238-1200. The 90-day public comment period will end on July the 10th. Spring cleanup and bulky item pickup week is coming up for Danville and Harrodsburg. Bulk item trash pickup, where you can set items in the curb that are too big for your normal trash container, will happen first in Danville the week of April 28th through May 2nd, and then the next week in Harrodsburg from May 5th through May the 9th. The Boyle County High School Theater Department welcomes Grease back to the stage tomorrow. The show opened up last Thursday night, and you've got 3 more nights to see it. Tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. It'll take the stage those 3 nights at 7 o'clock. You can get tickets for the show online at bcpac.com. That's the Boyle County Performing Arts Center website, bcpac.com. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
Sutton Pharmacy, friendly service from people you know. Generations of serving our community, immunizations, prescriptions, and so much more. Helpful people, free local delivery, mobile app refills right to your door. Visit SuttonRx.com. Sutton Pharmacy, friendly service from people you know.
In Lancaster on Maple Avenue.
It's Wednesday, and you know what that means. It's Lee's Famous Recipes 3-Piece Special Day. You get 3 pieces of famous or crispy chicken or famous strips, your choice of 2 sides, and a buttermilk biscuit, all just $8.26, tax included. A savings of almost $2. Catch the Danville Special, a piece of their famous fish, chicken strip, a side of your choice, and buttermilk biscuit for one low price. Lee's caters at 859-236-8777. The best value every Wednesday is a 3-piece chicken dinner for only $8.26. Lee's Famous Recipe in Danville on South 4th.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
It's brought to you by our friends hanging out over at Altogether Recovery Center, Danville's first residential addiction center for men, offering life-saving, compassionate care for drug and alcohol addiction. Altogether Recovery Center, now open in Danville. Sunshine, a high of 63, a low tonight of 41. You get increasing clouds tomorrow, 65 degrees is your high. On Friday, sunshine and a high of 77. Saturday, 78. Sunday, 76. Is the high on Easter Sunday. Small chance of rain showers on Easter Sunday as well. Right now, 7:37 in the morning. It is 41 degrees. Wednesday, the 16th day of the month of April, 041625 across your calendar. And so glad to have you aboard the Joe Show on this Wednesday morning. Phone number to call in is 859-238-WHIR. That's 238-9447. New research shows that 2,700% more senior citizens are being hospitalized due to cannabis use than there were in the 2000s, in the early 2000s. 2,700% more. It's an astronomical increase. Well, that's because the senior citizens nowadays don't have weed alert.
Are you a senior citizen who's experimenting with marijuana in your later years?
I sure am.
Then you need Weed Alert, the only way to call for help when you've smoked a little too much Mary Jane.
Weed Alert, how can I assist you?
Help! I'm stoned and I can't get up from the couch. I've been watching TV for hours.
Okay, ma'am, I'm going to send help right away.
Help for what?
Because you're stoned, right?
Are you a cop? You gotta tell me if you're a cop or it's entrapment, man.
Ma'am, I'm just trying to help you.
Bring some Funyuns, too, man.
It's Weed Alert.
All senior citizens should have, what was I saying?
Sign up today.
There you go, Weed Alert. This is interesting. Do you remember in 2020, the great toilet paper shortage of 2020? Or there was the pepperoni shortage, I think, at one point, or a ketchup shortage. And then there was the sriracha shortage of 2022, or the totally fear-mongering Christmas tree shortage we have every year. Every year they say we have a shortage of Christmas trees, and then you go to whatever store it may be, and they have 100 of them sitting out, as if we're just going to run out of Christmas trees. Every year there's a shortage of them. Sure. Anyway, the New York Post says there's now another shortage to be wary of. a cousins shortage. Yeah, that's not a brand. It's the kids you were forced to hang out with growing up and the annoying adults you're forced to be social media friends with now, your cousins. The idea is that millennial parents are not having as many kids as they were growing up when, like, you were young. There's actual data on declining birth rates, but the idea is apparently going viral because of a TikTok where a female millennial talks about the issue. She says that when she and everyone else she knew growing up, there were countless cousins around. Cousins everywhere. I got so many cousins myself. I mean, I could count them up, but I can't right now. Take too long for me to count all my cousins up. Now, her kids have 2 cousins on one side, 3 cousins on the other, and that's it. She says it's just different now growing up for kids than it was when we were growing up. Those people in their mid-upper 30s, maybe early 40s. Is there a shortage of cousins? There may be so. The New York Post says with declining birth rates, there's just not as many kids around. And when there aren't as many kids around, millennial parents aren't having kids. That means that your kids don't have cousins to hang out with. At 7:40 in the morning, Linda McClanahan joins the show for the County Agents Corner. Good morning, Linda. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I am doing great, Linda. Appreciate you calling in, giving us the County Agents Corner. It's brought to you by Bluegrass South Livestock Market. They're down in Stanford.
Get the top price for your livestock. Take them to the Bluegrass South Livestock Market, where they have drop-off hours to fit the busy farmer's needs. Selling your livestock a profitable and a pleasant experience. Save the hassle of a long haul. Sell your livestock at the Bluegrass South Livestock Market, 277 Courtier Road in Stanford. Call Bluegrass South Livestock Market at 606-365-0665. Bluegrass South Livestock Market in Stanford.
Here's Linda McClanahan.
Rural Kentucky pastures are beginning to show off spring calves. For cattle producers, this brings in a new cycle of farm management. Farmers have a lot to remember to ensure healthy calves and to successfully rebreed cows. Observe spring calves closely, checking them at least twice a day. Check first calf heifers even more. Be ready to assist heifers after 1 to 2 hours of hard labor or 90 minutes after the water bag is visible. Be prepared to dry and warm chilled calves as soon as possible. Remember that each calf should get colostrum within an hour of birth. It's also important to begin identifying calves with ear tags or tattoos while they're still young and easy to handle. Record the birth date and dam ID. Castrate and implant commercial male calves as soon as possible and weigh registered calves within the first 24 hours of birth. Go ahead and separate cows that have calved and increase their feed. Supplemental energy is important for cows receiving hay to prepare them for rebreeding. A 1,250-pound cow giving approximately 25 pounds of milk per day will need about 25 pounds of fescue hay and 5 pounds of concentrate daily to maintain good condition. To go from a condition score of 4 to 5, add an additional 2 pounds of concentrate to support that cow. Cows must be in good condition to conceive early in the upcoming breeding season. Avoid feeding hay in excessively muddy areas of pasture to avoid contaminating cows' udders. Calf scours is something to watch for in the herd. If scours become a problem, move cows that have not calved to a clean pasture. Calves with scours may become dehydrated and need fluids to reverse the situation. Consult your vet and send fecal samples to the UK Veterinary Diagnostic Lab to determine the most effective drug therapy. Plan to vaccinate calves for clostridial diseases like blackleg and malignant edema as soon as possible. It's also a good time to get yearling measurements on bulls and heifers, if necessary, for special sales. You may need to increase bulls' feed to increase their conditioning for breeding or order semen if you plan to use artificial insemination. That's today's Farm News. Join us each weekday at this time for the County Agents Corner, service the Bull, Garrett, Lincoln, and Mercer County UK Extension offices.
There you go. That's Linda McClanahan for the County Agents Corner, brought to you by Bluegrass South Livestock Market. Linda, appreciate you being on. We'll talk to you again Friday morning, okay?
Thank you.
All right, Linda, you too. Bye. That's Linda McClanahan with this morning's Mercer County Extension Office County Agents Corner. Here we go. Some random facts for you, brought to you as well by Bluegrass South Livestock Market, as you can wow your friends around the water cooler at work today. Fact number 1, the most commonly found item in lost luggage is underwear, women's size 10 pants, men's size 11 Nike sneakers, and iPhones. So luggage that is lost, I guess, at an airport, most commonly found items in that luggage Most average commonly found item: underwear, women's size 10 pants, men's size 11 Nike sneakers, and iPhones. Number 2, Bluetooth, which every basically device has now. Bluetooth, you can connect to things wirelessly, was named after a 10th century Scandinavian king. His name was Harald Bluetooth. He united Danish tribes into one kingdom. When Bluetooth technology was invented, they picked the name Bluetooth because it unified the way machines communicated. Bluetooth. Number 3, there have been proposals made to the Las Vegas City Council for casinos with various themes to them. A Titanic casino, a casino about the moon, revolving around the moon, the WWE casino, the Playboy casino, the San Francisco casino, the Caribbean casino. For various reasons, none of those casinos ever happened, but different themed casinos have been proposed to the Las Vegas City Council. Number 4, remember Pogs? In the 90s, Pogs were super popular. They got their name from a Hawaiian brand of juice called Pog Juice, where Pog stood for pineapple, orange, and guava. Pogs. We had a Pog maker. My oldest brother Caleb had a Pog maker. You could take a picture and put it on a Pog. And number 5, most of the static that you hear on a radio is caused by the radiation field around Jupiter. So don't touch that dial. We have gone intergalactic on you. Keep it here. It's 7:45. We'll see what our weird celebrity friends are up to. Coming up next.
Hey folks, Chrysler Cowboy here. When I started my journey in the automotive industry, I learned 3 valuable lessons. 1, have a good product. 2, treat people with respect. And 3, make sure it's a fair deal for everybody. I'm proud to call Anderson County my home, and at Chrysler Lawrenceburg, we want to give you that down-home experience. We offer certified pre-owned vehicles that come with a lifetime engine warranty, free tire rotation with every oil change, and customer service that rivals the best anywhere around. Chrysler Cowboy. If you can't remember that, just look for the hat. It's where you need to be, folks. Chrysler of Lawrenceburg.
Bad decisions limit future options. Stop adversity from becoming stress. Listen to The Flatline with host Rick Hughes, Sunday mornings at 7:30 on WHIR. Learn problem-solving devices built on God's Word. For inspiration, education, all without manipulation. The Flatline Sunday mornings at 7:30 on WHIR and online at hometownlive.net.
Hello, Central Kentucky. I'm Steve Bertram with sports. Kentucky's leading scorer from last season, Otega Oweh, is putting his name into the NBA draft, but he'll also maintain his college eligibility. Oweh averaged over 16 points a game for the Cats and became their most important offensive weapon down the stretch when UK was hit by injuries. The deadline for withdrawing your name for the draft is June 15th at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Only 60 players get drafted, and Oweh is rated among the mid-80s. Kentucky also lost the battle for Sam Houston State shooting guard Lamar Wilkerson, who committed to Indiana. Wilkerson said he didn't want to be just another guy at Kentucky. In high school baseball last night, Boyle County outscored Danville 9-6. Teams meet again tonight on Hometown Radio as the Rebels host the Admirals at 6 o'clock on Z105. Follow us streaming online at hometownlive.net. Other high school baseball scores: Garrett County 4, Lincoln County 2, and Mercer County 5, East Jessamine 4. In fast pitch softball, it was Garrett County 16, Dunbar 8, West Jessamine 13, Boyle County 7, Mercer County 13, East Jessamine 9, LCA 13, Bergen 8, and Washington County 23, Danville 13. Kenny Brooks has his third commit to Kentucky from the transfer portal. 5'9" guard Tony Morgan from Georgia Tech has committed to the Cats. Morgan is a 2-time All-ACC player. In Major League Baseball, Cincinnati won its 4th straight game last night, 8-4 over Seattle,
D.H. Austin Hayes homered and drove in 4 runs, while Gavin Lux went 4 for 4 and drove in 2. And that's sports. God bless America. I'm Steve Bertram on the Hometown Radio Network.
Buyer beware. No matter what you're in the market for, it's buyer beware. This is Lauren from B&L Jewelers. Every day we see people come into B&L Jewelers and want us to look at the great deal they got online or at a discount jewelry store. Usually, the item they bought is not really what they thought they were getting, which leads to disappointment. Love gets better with B&L Jewelers. Here at B&L Jewelers, we try to educate you on the diamond you are buying. So when you give the gift of love, you have all the confidence of your decision to buy from B&L Jewelers was the correct one. We back up all of our jewelry with a lifetime guarantee and a trade-up policy, which you will receive full credit of the purchase price for your diamond in the future. As always, we offer special financing and 6 months free layaway. Come and see us here at B&L Jewelers today in the Danville Manor Shopping Center. Love gets better with B&L Jewelers.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
All right, Jake, appreciate that, buddy. It's brought to you by our friends hanging out over at Danville Auto Body Shop. Top-of-the-line collision and auto body repair. Head to the mechanics at Danville Auto Body Shop. They fix water leaks, window motor repair, hull damage, and paintless tint repair. Sunshine and 63 is your high, 41's your low, increasing clouds and 65 tomorrow, sunny and 77 is your high on Friday. 7:51 in the morning right now. It's 41 degrees as we head out west to see what's going on in celebrity news. The showbiz segment. Those people so rich and famous, they're disassociated with reality. It is the world of weird. Here we go. Monday's Blue Origin space flight isn't the monumental event it was advertised as, at least not in the eyes of the public. Even celebrities have been dumping on it. Olivia Munn, Olivia Wilde, Amy Schumer, and now Wendy's, like the fast food restaurant Wendy's, is getting on the beat down. After the Pop Crave Twitter account posted a picture of Katie and said she'd returned from space, Wendy's dropped a comment saying, quote, "Can we send her back?" So, yeah, Wendy's has beef with Katy Perry. If you haven't already heard that joke 50 times by now, where have you been? They've got beef with Katy Perry. Anyway, it doesn't end there. Interesting. Kesha decided to get a lick in by posting a picture of herself smiling and drinking from a Wendy's cup. Kesha didn't caption the photo, so no one can be 100% certain it was a dig at Katy, but it'd be a crazy coincidence if it wasn't. As for why Kesha may have a problem with Katy Perry, the most obvious reason would be her collaboration with the producer Dr. Luke on her latest album. Kesha and Dr. Luke had an ugly legal battle where she sued him for abuse, discrimination, and breach of contract, and he countersued. They did settle out of court in 2023. On a related note, Gayle King has a message for all the haters of the Blue Origin flight, and to be honest, it's not very convincing. You all are not astronauts. Stop it. You went to space as tourists. You didn't fly the shuttle. Being on a spaceship doesn't make you an astronaut. Congratulations on being rich and famous and going to space. That's all it is. All right, number 2. Matthew Perry is gone, but he still drops in on his friends from time to time, apparently in bird form. Oh, good heavens. That's according to Maggie Wheeler, who played Chandler's on-again, off-again girlfriend Janice on Friends. In addition to Matthew, Maggie also lost her brother to addiction, but she claims she got a message from both of them equally recently. Quote, "After Matthew died, I was in a neighbor's pool, and I was alone, and there was nobody else around, and I was on my back, and I was thinking about my brother, and I said, look out for him. And 2 hawks flew over my head and flew past me. One circled around and came and got the other one, and it flew past me. So it was a beautiful moment if you go for that kind of stuff." I don't, but if you go for that kind of stuff, there you go. And I want Bryan Adams arrested and prosecuted to the full extent of the law because he's been lying to us, all of us, since 1985. That's when the Summer of 69 song was released by Bryan Adams, in which he told us that he procured his first real 6-string from the Five and Dime. Turns out he did not do that. He got it from a music shop during a visit with his uncle when he was 12 years old. Oh, and since Bryan was born in November of 59, he was only 9 years old in the Summer of 69, so we lied about his age as well. a rock and roll scandal. Bryan Adams did not get his first real six string from the Five and Dime. Matthew Perry visited Janice from Friends in the form of a bird. And why does Wendy's have beef with Katy Perry? I don't know, but it's funny. That's what's going on out west in Hollywood. All right, Melton's Deli in Danville, a place to go for a sandwich for lunch this afternoon. We had Melton's actually yesterday here at the station, and I got the Colonel chicken. All-natural grilled chicken breast, 2 slices of provolone cheese, bacon, lettuce, tomatoes, mayonnaise, and you get it my way. You add honey mustard, either on the side or on the sandwich itself. I usually get it on the side. They put it on a sandwich yesterday, which I think was a better decision for me. I didn't mean to make that decision. They did, and I think it worked out better, so I may just do it that way. Add the honey mustard on the sandwich instead of on the side. Either way, it's good. The Colonel Chicken, it's number 9 on the Melton's Daily menu. 247 East Main, 995 Ben Ally Drive. We love Melton's here at the Hometown Radio Network. The Colonel Chicken, what a great sandwich it is. It's your sandwich of the day. Here on the Joe Show, The Summer of '69 by Bryan Adams. Come on, Bryan, lying to us about your first guitar. 7:56, we're back after this.
It's Olivia with the Boyle County Harm Reduction Program, and we want our community to know that we are here for you. We provide free Narcan, overdose education, HIV and hepatitis C testing, fentanyl and xylazine test strips, syringe exchange, peer support, and referrals to care. Harm reduction meets people with compassion and respect. We support every individual who walks through our doors, empowering them to make informed decisions and take control of their well-being. Our office is a safe space, no judgment, no stigma, just love. Come see us at the Boyle County Health Department.
Mike Gay here. At Essity, we're committed to making the world a healthier, more hygienic place, starting right here in Harrodsburg and Danville. We're hiring machine operators where you'll work with cutting-edge technology to produce essential products like hand towels and tissue paper. Our wages start at $20 per hour with benefits on day one and opportunity for growth. If you're a high school grad ready to make an impact, visit ESSITY.com/careers. That's Essity.com/careers.
Danville Deal Maker, Bob Allen.
New Jeeps cost less at Bob Allen Motor Mall. Lease a new 25 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo X for only $299 per month for 36 months. $42.18 plus first payment, taxes, and fees due at signing. 10,000 lease miles per year. Lease loyalty required. Stock C25046. Save during the Jeep Celebration event at Bob Allen Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram on Maple Avenue in Danville, or shop online at BobAllenMotorMall.com.
Going out of town or anywhere in the world? Stay in touch with WHIR on the internet at hometownlive.net. Powered by Kentucky WiMAX.
All righty, 7:57 in the morning. Hey, the grand opening of Earth Breeze has now been announced. We had Chris Cook from Earth Breeze on here. I guess it's been like 3 weeks, maybe a month or so ago now. And they're the new company opening up in Harrodsburg that makes the eco-friendly laundry detergent sheets. And we actually, I told Chris we had some in our home anyway, even before Chris came on, and I've been using them a lot more frequently now. Like, that's what I use every load of laundry that I do, and they are very convenient. But it's going to be Tuesday, April the 29th. Governor Andy Beshear is going to be on hand for the Earth Breeze ribbon-cutting ceremony. And this is going to be just great for the Harrodsburg, Mercer County, and for us here in Boyle County area as well. More jobs coming to the area where Earth Breeze is opening up their laundry detergent sheet factory. They'll make laundry detergent sheets, the first company to do this in the United States, is what Chris told us. And they'll be doing that, opening up in Harrodsburg. Grand opening Tuesday, April the 29th. Interesting story here. Do you have a system that helps you wake up in the morning? A study found that waking up with a little sunlight can make a big difference. but you really need automatic curtains to do it right. Researchers in Japan, releasing a new study, found that we wake up like just feeling better overall, less groggy, and more alert when we wake up if we let in just a little bit of sun exactly 20 minutes before our alarm goes off. Opening your curtains after you wake up doesn't do it. And unless you're waking up right after dawn, leaving them open all night can actually make things worse. Study found 20 minutes before your alarm is the sweet spot. So automatic curtains are the only practical solution for most people, because you wouldn't want to get up, open up the curtains, and then go back to sleep for 20 minutes. You got to have the curtains open themselves while you're still in bed 20 minutes before you wake up. You can actually buy gadgets to open your curtains for you, anywhere from $150 to $200 that work on an automatic timer and make your existing curtains automatic. The study found sunrise alarm clocks that use artificial light don't work as well. Natural sunlight is the best. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Top Hour News is right now.
This is the talk of the town, AM 1230, and now on FM 103.9, WHIR Danville, powered by Kentucky WIMAX.
It's 8 o'clock. NBC News Radio, I'm Michael Kastner. 3 people were arrested. Several were ejected last night from a town hall held by Georgia Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I'm glad they got thrown out. That's exactly what I wanted to see happen. And Democrats have protested in violent ways for years.
One man was dragged out by 4 police officers from the site. The community center in the Atlanta area. Police say 2 people were tased after resisting arrest. Greene used much of the event to praise the policies of President Trump. Former President Joe Biden is slamming President Trump in his first major public appearance since leaving office. More from Tammy Trujillo.
Speaking in Chicago Tuesday at the 2025 Conference of Advocates, Counselors, and Representatives for the Disabled, Biden said the Trump administration has already done so much damage and destruction in less than 100 days.
It's kind of breathtaking it could happen that soon. They've taken a hatchet to the Social Security Administration, pushing an additional 7,000 employees, 7,000 out the door in that time.
The former president blamed the current administration for creating fear among the elderly over potential cuts to Social Security disability benefits. Biden criticized Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency for falsely contending that Social Security benefits were being sent to people over 150 years old.
Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland is traveling to El Salvador today to check on a man mistakenly deported and sent to a notorious prison in the Central American nation.
This is a case about freedom and due process. And my goodness, if Democrats don't stand up for that.
Van Hollen calls Kilmer Abrego Garcia's situation one of abduction and unlawful deportation. He notes that federal courts have ordered his safe return. Michael Kastner, NBC News Radio.
Endorsement by this program or station. Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplain.us. Texting and rules for recurring automated text marketing messages. Messaging data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
If you've thought about trying Ozempic, Wegovy, or other GLP-1 medications, you probably know that they can be expensive and hard to get access to. But not anymore. There's this great company called Zelfie. They're 100% online, and if you qualify, their prescribers can prescribe medications like Ozempic, Wegovy, and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive. That's right, no long wait to the doctor's office or pharmacy. Everything is shipped right to your door. Zelfie can also provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less. This is a great time to see if you qualify for GLP-1 medications with Zelfie, and all you have to do to get started is send them a text. Just text CARE to 200-300. Don't wait. Text right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text the word CARE to 200-300. That's CARE to 200-300. CARE to 200-300.
Experts are weighing in on the possibility of a big earthquake hitting Southern California after Monday's quake hit San Diego. More from John Fink.
Dr. Pat Abbott, geology professor emeritus at San Diego State University, says the Cascadia subduction zone under Oregon, Washington, and Alaska is far more likely to produce a quake of 9 or greater. But that's not to say a big earthquake won't hit Southern California.
The worst case scenario for Southern California would be a Turkey-like situation, what happened there 2 years ago. And that would be if the San Andreas Fault and the San Jacinto Fault side by side feeding into and through the city of San Bernardino.
Dr. Abbott says when a big earthquake does hit California, it probably won't be over a magnitude 8 earthquake.
OpenAI is apparently getting into the social media game. More from Matt Mattinson.
That's according to The Verge, which reports that it's in the early stages of development and would be based on ChatGPT's image generation. Whether the network would be a separate app or be a part of ChatGPT is unclear. This comes after X owner Elon Musk made a bid to purchase OpenAI for around $97 billion earlier this year. The AI research group's co-founder, Sam Altman, declined and instead made a counteroffer for Musk's platform for the same price.
There's a wild turkey on the loose in Manhattan. Andrew Whitman with her story.
She's been given the name Astoria after she was first spotted in Queens last April. Then Astoria was spotted on Roosevelt Island, and now she's a Manhattan gal. Contact was made with Astoria Sunday on Manhattan's east side around 59th Street, and animal control couldn't catch her. She doesn't have Easy Pass. Birders think Astoria's been flying across the East River, noting turkeys can fly fast but not far. They say her distinct way of clucking may indicate she's looking for a mate. Unfortunately for her, Astoria is the only wild turkey anyone can recall seeing on Manhattan Island.
Michael Kastner, NBC News Radio.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at HIMSS.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to HIMSS.com/joy. That's HIMSS.com/joy for your free online visit.
Pretzel Crust is back at Little Caesars, and fans are excited. Even my pet sheep is pumped. It's back. It sure is. That delicious buttery flavored pretzel crust is back. It's back. Yep, you're right. That delicious cheddar cheese sauce is back. Pretzel Crust is back for $6.99 at Little Caesars. Plus tax where applicable. Available at participating locations for a limited time. Prices may vary. Prices higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and third-party online sites. Pizza.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. The City of Danville Cemetery Committee is looking at potential rules and regulations, and now they want the public's opinion. The Danville Cemetery rules and regulations are in place to maintain a clean, safe, and reverent space for remembrance. Since they were drafted and adopted back in 2006, both Hilldale Cemetery and Bellevue Cemetery have significantly grown. The biggest potential change would revolve around the grandfather rule. According to the 2006 regulations that were passed, any ground decorations, including benches, statues, or shepherd's hooks, many of the ground decorations present in the cemetery were permitted due to a grandfather exception. These new updated rules will remove the grandfather rule, meaning that all decorations must be affixed to the monument and headstone. That would do away with certain noteworthy statues and monuments in the Bellevue Cemetery. Other changes would pertain to the date and length of time that decorations or artificial arrangements may be displayed on special occasions. All flower beds would no longer be permitted as they pose challenges to ground maintenance, and the holiday burial schedule would align with the city holidays. You can see the updated regulations on the City of Danville website, danvilleky.org, and you can voice your opinion on them as well online on the website or by calling 859-238-1200. The 90-day public comment period will end on July the 10th. Spring cleanup and bulky item pickup week is coming up for Danville and Harrodsburg. Bulk item trash pickup, where you can set items in the curb that are too big for your normal trash container, will happen first in Danville the week of April 28th through May 2nd, and then the next week in Harrodsburg from May 5th through May the 9th. The Boyle County High School Theater Department welcomes Grease back to the stage tomorrow. The show opened up last Thursday night, and you've got 3 more nights to see it. Tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. It'll take the stage those 3 nights at 7 o'clock. You can get tickets for the show online at bcpac.com. That's the Boyle County Performing Arts Center website, bcpac.com. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
Listen to us on your smart speaker. Just ask to play our call letters. WHIR.
Got pain? Curamin is your safe, effective answer. Curamin from Terry Naturally doesn't just mask pain. It gets to the source and stops it. Get results or your money back. Got pain? Get Curamin.
On sale now at 25% off, only at the Danville Nutrition Center. We are located at 802 South 4th Street in Danville.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA, and this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent disease. Curamin is for the use of occasional muscle pain due to exercise or overuse.
Hey, it's Joe Pags. Make plans to join us for the show. We're bringing the top news stories that are affecting you, the top stories from social media, pop culture stories, could be in sports. Maybe we'll sing a song or two or three or make fun of somebody that you want us to make fun of. That plus, of course, a big part of the program is you calling in. Look, we can agree, we can debate, we can yell at each other, we can sing a song together. We do it all right here on the Joe Pags Show, Monday through Friday from 6 to 9 on WHIR AM 1230 and online at hometownlive.net.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
It's brought to you by our friends hanging out over at Howard Carpenter Flooring Outlet Harrodsburg, specializing in discount waterproof vinyl flooring, hardwood tile, and carpet remnant. Shop and save and all types of floor coverings. Howard Carpenter Flooring Outlet, 540 North College Street. All right, sunshine, high today of 63, low tonight 41. Increasing clouds tomorrow, 65. Friday, sunny and 77. Right now it's 8:10 in the morning. It's the 16th day of April. 41 degrees as we welcome onto the show our state senator, Amanda Mays Bledsoe. Good morning, Senator Bledsoe. How are you?
I'm great. The sun's out. It's a beautiful day. No complaints.
No complaints here. Love to hear it, and glad to have you on the show this morning. We talk with our state senator every Wednesday morning around this time, 8:10 in the morning, and we are obviously out of session now. There's no General Assembly meeting at this point. So, Senator Bledsoe, we talked to you last Wednesday. You were essentially working on with your constituents on flood relief and things of that nature. Tell us over the last week, Senator Bledsoe, what have you been working on?
Well, those conversations are still going. You know, we finished up spring break, which was nice for most of Central Kentucky now. So people are moving towards Easter this weekend. And the leadership conversations we've been having are really kind of getting some assessment of where we are in the budget, where the governor may or may not be in terms of getting what the asked resources for some of the flood relief in the last month. And then we really started planning on the interim. So the calendar was just released yesterday. So if you want to see committee meetings and when they start and which days, it's an interesting schedule. So I serve on 4 committees, standing committees, and 2 interim committees that are the I've lost the word, the special committees, like the Tobacco Oversight Committee and the Commission on Race and Access. And so they don't meet every day. They meet one time a month. Some meet on the same day. So, for instance, 2 of those meetings are on one day. The other three are spaced out during the month. And so you can see that online at paywildlegislature.gov, and you can see which committee meetings are hearing which days. And those will be throughout the interim. So that's one day a month this summer. And those are also all online. They're also on KET. So if you want to flag what an interim session, those are joint meetings, so you won't just have the Senate members, you'll have the joint House and Senate meeting on those issues. And if you really want to get a flavor of what's coming in 2026 in terms of the budget or big issues, I would highly encourage you, watch those interim meetings, because the successful bills that make it across that finish line typically have been heard in the interim so that people are really aware of what's coming.
There you go. So got that going on right now. Senator Bledsoe, I'm reading as well that in a signed letter, the Kentucky Department of Education says it has eliminated all diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives from public schools. This comes about 2 weeks or so after President Donald Trump and the U.S. Department of Education directed schools nationwide to end DEI initiatives or risk losing federal funding. According to the Herald Leader, public schools in Kentucky receive over $1 billion in annual funding. A sizable amount of that goes towards school lunches for public schools. You all voted on this as well, right, to end DEI initiatives in Kentucky's public universities. Did that include public schools as well?
It did not. It did not
okay.
include public schools. And mostly because I think they're waiting to see what would come down from D.C. and what that might look like in terms of implementation. And so they did not move. We also didn't move on that for local governments, which was a conversation at the county and city levels. And so the only bill that passed was House Bill 4, and that just was looked at the public universities. And it'll be interesting to see how those things kind of flow out in the next over the term of summer.
When it comes to public schools, and it's kind of a broad statement that schools have removed diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives from public schools. Is that just like programs and things like that? Is that how you take that?
I believe so. I think it's more about, and also funding someone specifically to do that job.
Okay,
and,
all right, yeah.
And what I would also mention, and I value diversity. I think most people value diversity of thought, diversity of perspective. I'm a better person when I have that in my life. And I think we want people to be included in conversations, and we want people who have disabilities to make sure they have access to be a part of certain groups and activities. It's why you have at playgrounds, ADA accessible things. Those are all inclusive, diversity, equity measures, if you will. And so there's not. I get hesitant to say we want to get rid of all these things, but we don't value them. I don't think that's the case. I think what's really happening in some of the DEI quote woke things, if I'm giving my 2 cents on it, it feels like that's gone too far to say you have to include, you have to prioritize, you have to have a higher rate, if you will, on these types of initiatives instead of making it something that's individually led, because it's the right thing to do. And that when you mandate something down, it doesn't always have the best buy-in, I think we could all say, especially once you get over 18. I think under 18, you have to help kids understand how to talk to other friends, how to be a good friend, how to be inclusive of other people, how to be kind. You learn those things in kindergarten. Those are things, if we all just treated the thing, I had a teacher one time said if we all just did the things we were told in kindergarten, we'd all be happier. Mm-hmm. The community would be nicer.
Yeah.
So keep in mind those principles aren't gone.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for Daniel Elliott, but I do feel like I remember Daniel saying something along the lines of what you said. Obviously, it's important, but you all, as legislators, are tasked with the budget and spending taxpayer dollars in the most appropriate way possible. And I don't want to try to re-quote Daniel, but he says something along the lines of, we have to make sure that we're spending our taxpayer dollars wisely. And is this a wise way to spend taxpayer dollars to fund jobs in these certain DEI fields? And that's what you all as legislators were asked and what you all voted on, essentially.
He's right on that. And I think, again, most teachers, administrators, most parents, I think, teach their kids how to be good human beings and kind to each other, and certainly in the classrooms. And those are things that you do just naturally. Mm-hmm. It shouldn't have to be a big initiative. It doesn't have to be for those things to be translated down. And he's right. How do we focus on the primary responsibilities of education when our test scores are clearly not showing that we're doing our best? And we've got to figure out ways to do more. I think they're looking at all of those funds.
Yeah, with State Senator Amanda Mays Bledsoe. Senator Bledsoe, anything else on your mind this morning?
Oh, there's so many things on my mind, but I don't think you want to hear them all.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
So let me caveat that. We are in that time of the session or a post-session where we're doing a lot of wrap-up meetings. And so one of the things that I've been doing recently, be it on KET, repping the Senate caucus, or speaking at a number of lunches between Rotaries, community groups, nonpartisan groups, partisan groups, is coming along and saying, here's what happened during session. Here's kind of a summary of the good, the bad, what made it, what didn't, what we're going to do next year. So if you're in Boyle County and you're sitting there saying, hey, I'd love to have her come down, please invite me. Send me an email. I'm certainly spending a lot of my time here in April and May doing that, and then session prepping for the interim. So those are the couple of things I'm working on. There's a lot. The end of school year, as you know, kind of wrapping up. But we are already starting working on next year's budget, and I would also just mention the federal government's working on some specific things right now. So I spent actually some time yesterday with a reporter from Politico, National Politico, talking about some of the impact of Medicaid changes that we expect the federal government to be making in Congress in the next couple of weeks, what that does to Kentucky's budget. And, I would just, if you want to know what's on my mind, 1 in 3 Kentuckians is on Medicaid. 1 in 3. When you think about 50% of the births in our state are on Medicaid. $20 billion is our Medicaid budget, which is more than our state's general fund for state government. It is a unsustainable path we are on in that area. So what does that mean? We have 3 pockets of Medicaid. We have traditional Medicaid at 70-30, which is what it was intended for. We have CHIP, which is for our children, and then we have the expansion Medicaid, which was at 90-10. And there have been several proposals in D.C. about what to do to kind of pull back. And I'll tell you, if I was a different state, I'd be frustrated with Kentucky. Kentucky has the 5th highest dependency on Medicaid, 5th highest in the country. And so we are taking resources. And if you're Illinois or another state, you'd be saying, why are they getting more than we get, you know? And so we've got to figure out this path. And if I was in D.C., I'd be saying the same thing. We can't continue to spend on these. We can't continue the growth that we're seeing. We want to make sure we preserve Medicaid for the most vulnerable. But one just little tidbit, if you will, to understand kind of the depth of the issue, if Congress were to say, instead of a 90-10 on that expansion rate, we want to move the cost share to basically a 70-30, where the state would pick up 30, the feds would do 70, that would be about a $1.4 billion increase, annual increase, recurring cost to the state's general fund. So I just mentioned that to say, you know, what's going on in D.C. definitely has an impact on what's happening in Kentucky. We have time to work through those issues, but there's some big issues on my path, if you will, on what things I'm watching, and Medicaid is just one of them.
Amanda Mays Bledsoe, our state senator. Again, if you have any questions, you want to meet with her, talk about some topics, maybe there's something going on with you in your specific job field or in your life, and you say, you know what, there needs to be something changed or a law drafted about this. Senator Bledsoe, how can they get in touch with you?
Send me an email at amanda.maysbledsoe@kylegislature.gov.
Amanda.maysbledsoe@kylegislature.gov. Now, Senator Bledsoe, since we have you on and since you're not in session, I feel like our constituents can get to know you a little bit better. So when you call in every Wednesday, we're going to end with an icebreaker question for our state senator. And I just came up with this. I'm going to have to think of a more clever name for this segment than icebreaker questions with our state senator. So I'll think about something more clever name, and we'll come up with a better name for it next week. But our first one for you, Senator Bledsoe, is who or what is your favorite band or musical artist? It can be a band, it can be a solo artist. Who is your favorite one to listen to, Senator Bledsoe?
Oh, that's really hard. So I would say on a regular basis, I listen to Lauren Daigle all the time. She is one of my favorite artists. When I'm walking especially, she is my worship leader. Now, when I think of just bands that I like to go to, I thought you were going to ask me my first band, so I'll tell you that. My very first concert was back in the day, and the boy bands were, well, New Kids on the Block was like my favorite band growing up. Thankfully, we've moved out of the boy band stage.
Yes. So you going New Kids on the Block then?
That was my favorite band as a kid.
Okay.
And Lauren Daigle is my favorite one to watch today.
Well, I've got a Spotify premium account, and I was going to, whoever you told me, I was going to queue up their song. We were going to end with one of their songs, go into our next commercial break. And for some reason, my Spotify premium account it's not working. I'm looking up New Kids on the Block, and the 3 dots are just popping up. It's searching for New Kids on the Block, and it's not finding New Kids on the Block.
It's so old, they can't find it.
Yes, it's so old. I have to go back so far in the archives to look up for New Kids on the Block. It can't find them anymore. Senator Bledsoe, appreciate you being on. Safe travels this week for you. I know you'll be traveling around meeting with people. We'll talk to you again next Wednesday, okay?
Sounds good.
All right, appreciate that. Bye. That's State Senator Amanda Mays Bledsoe giving us an update Wednesday mornings around 8:10 right here on The Joe Show. This is like the first time ever that my Spotify premium account just is not working. I don't know what's going on with it. Usually, snap of a finger, I can find a song, and now it doesn't want to cooperate. All right, Big Daddy's got sports.
Hello, Central Kentucky. I'm Steve Bertram with sports. Kentucky's leading scorer from last season, Otega Owe, is putting his name into the NBA draft, but he'll also maintain his college eligibility. Oway averaged over 16 points a game for the Cats and became their most important offensive weapon down the stretch when UK was hit by injuries. The deadline for withdrawing your name for the draft is June 15th at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Only 60 players get drafted, and Oway is rated among the mid-80s. Kentucky also lost the battle for Sam Houston State shooting guard Lamar Wilkerson, who committed to Indiana. Wilkerson said he didn't want to be just another guy at Kentucky. In high school baseball last night, Boyle County outscored Danville 9-6. Teams meet again tonight on Hometown Radio as the Rebels host the Admirals at 6 o'clock on Z105. Follow us streaming online at hometownlive.net. Other high school baseball scores: Garrett County 4, Lincoln County 2, and Mercer County 5, East Jessamine 4. In fast pitch softball, it was Garrett County 16, Dunbar 8, West Jessamine 13, Boyle County 7, Mercer County 13, East Jessamine 9, LCA 13, Bergen 8, and Washington County 23, Danville 13. Kenny Brooks has his third commit to Kentucky from the transfer portal. 5'9" guard Tommy Morgan from Georgia Tech has committed to the Cats. Morgan is a two-time All-ACC player. In Major League Baseball, Cincinnati won its fourth straight game last night, 8-4 over Seattle. D.H. Austin Hayes homered and drove in 4 runs, while Gavin Lux went 4 for 4 and drove in 2. And that's sports. God bless America. I'm Steve Bertram on the Hometown Radio Network.
Looking for something more from your personal checking account? Then one of our new Community Trust Advantage checking accounts might be right for you. Our Advantage checking accounts offer great features such as ID Protect, roadside assistance, cell phone protection, travel and leisure discounts, and shopping rewards, which makes it easier for you to save money on everyday purchases. Learn more at ctbi.com. Get more out of your checking. Open an account today. Our friendly, professional staff at one of our many branches will be happy to assist you.
Community Trust Bank. Building communities built on trust. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Dunn's Barbecue, offering chicken wings. You asked for them, we got them. Barbecue, buffalo, Creole Parmesan, breaded or naked, as well as our famous pulled pork barbecue, brisket, grilled chicken, ribs, homemade sides, located in Harrisburg at 726 Kane Run. So call 734-3675 for your free delivery to Danville, Harrisburg, or Bergen. Dunn's Barbecue is open Tuesday through Saturday, located on Kane Run in Harrisburg, and for free delivery, takeout, and dine-in.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
Okay, Jack, it's brought to you by Howard Carpenter Flooring Outlet Harrisburg, specializing in discount waterproof vinyl flooring, hardwood, tile, and carpet remnants. Shop and save on all types of floor coverings. Howard Carpenter Flooring Outlet, 540 North College Street. Sunshine, high of 63, a low tonight 41. Tomorrow, increasing clouds, 65. Friday, 77 and sunshine. Saturday, mostly cloudy, 78. Sunday, cloudy and 76. Right now, we are looking at 8:27 in the morning, and it is 41 degrees here in Danville. 859-238-WHIR. That's 238-9447 to call in. We'd love to have you right here on the radio on The Joe Show as we take a look at what's gone on this date, April the 16th in history. Let's make this date a date to remember. Starting off on this date, 1972, where Apollo 16 blasted off on a voyage to the moon.
5, 4. The engine's now building up to 7.7 million pounds of thrust. Engines running. Launch commit, liftoff. We have a launch commit and we have a liftoff.
Yeah, that is actual footage from Apollo 16's launch. On this date, 1972. On this date, 2007, the event that became known as the Virginia Tech Massacre took place, the deadliest mass shooting in modern American history. The gunman killed 32 people, injured 23 others before committing suicide. Here's a clip of one of the witnesses talking about what he saw on this date, 2007.
He came to our class, shot the person that was sitting next to me, shot our professor. Then I hid under the desk, and then he proceeded to shoot everybody else in our class, practically. There were probably 15 to 20 people in our class, and he shot maybe 10 to 15 of them.
I was, let's see, on this day, 2007, I would have been a senior in high school. I vaguely remember, I remember it happening, but Like, I don't remember it being that bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't realize it was that bad when it happened. I do remember, like, a shooting at Virginia Tech, and all of that happened in 2007 on this date, 18 years ago. And it was on this date, 2018, Kendrick Lamar became the first rapper and non-classical or jazz musician to win the Pulitzer Prize for music with his album called Dang, except it wasn't called Dang.
Tell 'em be humble. Sit down. Be humble. Sit down. Be humble. Sit down.
And there you go, Kendrick Lamar, be humble.
Sit down.
Sit down. And that's what's gone on this date, April 16th, in history that's made this date a date to remember. Hey, we couldn't find New Kids on the Block. Well, you can find Scorpion. Rock You Like a Hurricane from 1984. We're 30 seconds away from news, bottom hour, right here on The Joe Show on WHIR Danville News Talk Sports.
Authentic Mexican grocery store, cakes, fresh produce, piñatas, boots, belts, and more. La Michoacana Mexican grocery store. Family owned and operated, offering the best Mexican products created. La Michoacana Mexican grocery store. And to make your tummy smile, Taco Yumas, the on-site food truck that's also available for catering and events. So where do you go for authentic Mexican product? La Michoacana Mexican grocery store. In Danville on Houstonville Road.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
The Franklin County Board of Education has mourned the death of a student who died in the floods. 9-year-old Gabrielle Andrews died in floodwaters at a school bus stop just before spring break. County Superintendent Mark Kopp couldn't comment on Andrews due to an ongoing investigation, but has said family resource centers and schools have been working to distribute supplies to families impacted by these floods. A convicted sex offender now facing charges after he was discovered hiding in the walls of his mother's home. John West was found after authorities discovered a trapdoor leading underneath the house. Both Kentucky and Tennessee officials have been searching for West since November 2024 after failing to appear for trial. West was arrested and his mother cited for harboring him. The Clark County Veterans Council raising funds to complete a monument honoring service members. The site for the monument was approved in August 2023 and received grant money to begin building the structure. The monument, however, needs more funding to be completed. Those donating can purchase brick pavers to dedicate to a veteran for $100 apiece. The council has created a GoFundMe page titled Donate to Honor Clark County's Fallen Heroes. To take donations and purchase the paver, as of Wednesday morning, there's $175 raised from 4 donations with a $100,000 goal. A former University of Kentucky men's basketball player in trouble with the law. WKYT reporting Daniel Orton facing charges for allegedly violating an emergency protection order this past weekend. Court records state Orton was required to not come within 500 feet of a woman and her 3 kids following a domestic abuse incident with a woman last year. Orton was a member of the 2009-2010 Wildcats team that won the SEC tournament and went to the Elite Eight in the NCAA tournament that season. He'll be back in court next week. I'm Lee Mowen.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
What makes Whitaker Bank uniquely Kentucky? With a wide range of products and services, we are here to provide you friendly, expert service for all of your banking needs. This is Rita McIntyre for Boyle, Garrett, and Mercer counties. As part of your community, we are committed to building solid, long-term relationships. Call me at 859-733-4963. Let us show you what uniquely Kentucky means. Whitaker Bank, uniquely Kentucky, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
Almost every small Kentucky town has a go-to restaurant. In Central Kentucky, it's the Bread of Life Cafe in Liberty. If you like a good buffet, you'll love the huge down-home cooking featuring 3 fully stocked buffet tables, or you can order off their extensive menu. You'll find something delicious for every person in the family at the Bread of Life Cafe. Visit the gift and sweet shop at the Bread of Life Cafe, 5 miles south of Liberty on Highway 127. Open till 8, Monday through Thursday, 9 Friday and Saturday. Feed your tummy and your soul with a stop at the Bread of Life Cafe and Buffet, 5 miles south of Liberty.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update.
The City of Danville Cemetery Committee is looking at potential rules and regulations, and now they want the public's opinion. The Danville Cemetery rules and regulations are in place to maintain a clean, safe, and reverent space for remembrance. But since they were drafted and adopted back in 2006, both Hilldale Cemetery and Bellevue Cemetery have significantly grown. The biggest potential change would revolve around the grandfather rule. According to the 2006 regulations that were passed, any ground decorations, including benches, statues, or shepherd's hooks, many of the ground decorations present in the cemetery were permitted due to a grandfather exception. These new updated rules will remove the grandfather rule, meaning that all decorations must be affixed to the monument and headstone. That would do away with certain noteworthy statues and monuments in the Bellevue Cemetery. Other changes would pertain to the date and length of time that decorations or artificial arrangements may be displayed on special occasions. All flower beds would no longer be permitted as they pose challenges to ground maintenance, and the holiday burial schedule would align with the city holidays. You can see the updated regulations on the City of Danville website, danvilleky.org, and you can voice your opinion on them as well online on the website or by calling 859-238-1200. The 90-day public comment period will end on July the 10th. Spring cleanup and bulky item pickup week is coming up for Danville and Harrodsburg. Bulk item trash pickup, where you can set items in the curb that are too big for your normal trash container, will happen first in Danville the week of April 28th through May 2nd, and then the next week in Harrodsburg from May 5th through May the 9th. The Boyle County High School Theater Department welcomes Grease back to the stage tomorrow. The show opened up last Thursday night, and you've got 3 more nights to see it. Tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. It'll take the stage those 3 nights at 7 o'clock. You can get tickets for the show online at bcpac.com. That's the Boyle County Performing Arts Center website, bcpac.com. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at HIMSS.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to HIMSS.com/joy. That's HIMSS.com/joy for your free online visit.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by
Okay, Jackie boy, it's brought to you by our friends. Head out over at the Little Sign Shop. Their new owners and operators. They offer all types of quality signs at affordable prices, many within 24 hours in Danville, where 2nd and 4th Streets meet. Call them, 859-238-7391. Sunshine, a high of 63, a low of 41. Tomorrow, increasing clouds, a high of 65. Friday, sunshine, and 77 is the high. It's 8:37 in the morning. It's 43 degrees here in Danville. Wednesday, the 16th day of the month of April. Pimmy's coming your way right now with Wedding Planning with Pim.
Hi, I'm Pimtha Stewart Clark, and this is Wedding Planning with Pim. The symbol of the diary, the purpose of today's shower, is to help a couple outfit their new home or symbol of trousseau. It was traditionally an all-female afternoon tea or luncheon. Not anymore. Today, friends, bridesmaids, the honor attendant, or best man might throw a co-ed party for the bride and groom. All showers should be scheduled a significant amount of time after any engagement parties, after the couple is registered for gifts, but at least 2 weeks before the wedding. If the bride lives far away, a shower might be planned for when she's in town for a dress fitting or to get the marriage license, so she won't have to make an extra trip. Showers tend to be informal, whether held at home or in a restaurant or hotel. They are most often a lunch, but might be a brunch, barbecue, pool party, or cocktail party. Most, but not all showers are a surprise. What happens at a shower? The host or hostess should ask guests to arrive about 30 minutes before the bride is expected to help set up a display of presents, perhaps under a shower umbrella, symbolizing good luck and shelter. Eating and opening gifts are the main activities. And of course, there are those party games. My love note for today, showers are no longer exclusively for women, and gifts are as likely to include cross-country skis and camping gear, as well as lasagna pans and lingerie.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Big deals. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hi, Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with Big Deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with Big Deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
Authentic Mexican grocery store, cakes, fresh produce, piñatas, boots, belts, and more. La Michoacana Mexican grocery store. Family owned and operated, offering the best Mexican products created. La Michoacana Mexican grocery store. And to make your tummy smile, Taco Yumas, the on-site food truck that's also available for catering and events. So where do you go for authentic Mexican product? La Michoacana Mexican grocery store. In Danville on Houstonville Road.
Talk Kentucky Sports, weekday mornings at 10 with Matt Jones and Kentucky Sports Radio, right here on AM 1230 WHIR.
It's 8:41 in the morning, 43 degrees, Wednesday, the 16th day of April. 859-238-WHIR is the phone number for you to call in. We'd love to have you on the show, 238-9447, and get your voice on the radio this morning. Hey, the deadline to get a real ID is less than a month away, and you can tell when you go to the regional driver's license offices when you have to wait however long you have to wait to get a real ID or whatever it may be. I know Rebecca tried to go a couple Saturdays ago, and she just drove by, saw the line, and said, never mind. So the deadline is closing down to get a real ID. Check out this PSA.
The deadline to get a real ID is quickly approaching.
But how do I know if my ID is a real ID?
With this simple Real ID checklist. Step number 1, look in the top right corner of the ID. If you see the symbol that corresponds with your state, congratulations, you have a real ID.
Okay, I'll find out what the symbol is then, I guess.
Step 2, flip your ID over. If you see the Statue of Liberty giving a thumbs up, you have a real ID. If Lady Liberty is giving a thumbs up but has a frowny face, you do not have a real ID.
Well...
Step 3, flip your ID over again. Call the 1-800 number on the bottom right corner of the ID. Ask for Jimmy. He will give you directions to a treasure map. When you find the treasure, open the chest. Inside of it will be a series of riddles.
Oh, forget it. I'm just never going to fly again.
Suit yourself. The Real ID. Find out if you have one before the deadline passes and is extended again.
There you go. Let's see what's going on in the world of food. Grub Gab, where you can always just eat it. Here we go. Wendy's. Hey, after Wendy's slammed Katy Perry, maybe I got to go eat Wendy's today. Wendy's brings the bold, fiery flavors of Cajun cuisine in the form of a sandwich with the launch of the new Cajun Crunchy Spicy Chicken Sandwich. At participating locations, it started yesterday. The Cajun Crunchy Spicy Chicken Sandwich features the brand's fan favorite spicy chicken filet, topped with melted pepper jack, Cajun crispy onions, lettuce, pickles, and a spicy mustard. Spread all served in a lightly toasted premium bun. You can get the sandwich a la carte as a part of a combo with a choice of side and a drink for a suggested price of $6.69. The Cajun Crunch Chicken Sandwich available now at participating Wendy's locations nationwide for a limited time. Chili's is helping diners offset rising fast food prices by adding the new Big QP Boiga to its fan favorite 3 for Me menu that started yesterday, featuring 85% more beef than a quarter pounder with cheese. The new Big QP Boiga comes with 2 slices of melted American cheese, diced onions, pickles, ketchup, and mustard, served in a lightly toasted soft plain bun. With the update, the new 3 for Me menu includes your choice of a Big Smasher or the new Big QP, plus a side of bottomless chips and salsa and an unlimited fountain drink, all for a suggested price of $10.99. To celebrate the launch, Chili's is inviting fans to its fast food financing pop-up at 37 Union Square in New York City. That was today and tomorrow. Guests can, I guess, dine on unique foods, but you got to be in New York City for that. And let's go to Kool-Aid. I feel like the Kool-Aid's always around. Kool-Aid's like a brand that doesn't even have to advertise, I don't guess, anymore. It's like you don't think about it, but you know about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not actively wondering, what should I drink? Is Kool-Aid the option? But you know, if the kids are there, like, Kool-Aid's the option. It's kind of weird. You don't think about it, but you know about it. Kool-Aid is teaming up with Nike for a new collaboration. As a nearly 100-year-old brand, Kool-Aid is a household name, so this year it's teaming up with another legacy brand to release a one-of-a-kind collaboration you won't want to miss. Kool-Aid and Nike, with the help of Ja Morant, are teaming up to launch a new Nike Kool-Aid Ja 2 collection. The new collab features Nike sneakers in colors inspired by Morant's favorite Kool-Aid flavors: blue raspberry, cherry orange, and lemon lime. Kool-Aid and Nike teaming up. Chili's 3 for Me menu has a new Big Quarter Pounder, and Wendy's launches a new Cajun Crunch Spicy Chicken Sandwich. That, my friends, is what's going on in the world of food. Grub Gab, where you can always just eat it. It's 8:45 in the morning. We see what's going on this date in rock and roll, pop, and R&B music history coming up next.
Hey, this is the main brain, Vince Fontaine, here to say that Grease the Musical is coming to the Boyle County Performing Arts Center from April 10th through 12th and 17th through 19th at 7 p.m. Tickets are $15 and can be purchased at the door or online at thebcpac.com. bcpac.com. So put your mittens around your kittens and bring them to the show.
Dear Mom, I know it's hard trying to quit smoking, but I heard something new about something that might help. It's called Kentucky's Tobacco Quit Line. It's one-on-one individual counseling over the phone with someone who can help. You can talk in private and talk at times when it's convenient. Just call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. Mom, one of these days I'll be graduating, and then maybe someday getting married. I want you to be there with me. Please try it. I love you, Rachel.
The Kentucky Tobacco Quit Line, 1-800-QUIT-NOW. This message brought to you by your local health department.
Hello, Central Kentucky. I'm Steve Bertram with sports. Kentucky's leading scorer from last season, Otega Oweh, is putting his name into the NBA draft, but he'll also maintain his college eligibility. Oweh averaged over 16 points a game for the Cats and became their most important offensive weapon down the stretch when UK was hit by injuries. The deadline for withdrawing your name for the draft is June 15th at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Only 60 players get drafted, and Oweh is rated among the mid-80s. Kentucky also lost the battle for Sam Houston State shooting guard Lamar Wilkerson, who committed to Indiana. Wilkerson said he didn't want to be just another guy at Kentucky. In high school baseball last night, Boyle County outscored Danville 9-6. Teams meet again tonight on Hometown Radio as Rebels host the Admirals at 6 o'clock on Z105. Follow us streaming online at hometownlive.net. Other high school baseball scores: Garrett County 4, Lincoln County 2, and Mercer County 5, East Jessamine 4. In fast pitch softball, it was Garrett County 16, Dunbar 8, West Jessamine 13, Boyle County 7, Mercer County 13, East Jessamine 9, LCA 13, Bergen 8, and Washington County 23, Danville 13. Kenny Brooks has his third commit to Kentucky from the transfer portal. 5'9" guard Tony Morgan from Georgia Tech has committed to the Cats. Morgan is a two-time All-ACC player. In Major League Baseball, Cincinnati won its fourth straight game last night, 8-4 over Seattle. D.H. Austin Hayes homered and drove in 4 runs, while Gavin Lux went 4 for 4 and drove in 2. And that's sports. God bless America. I'm Steve Bertram on the Hometown Radio Network.
Serving Boyle County seniors.
At A Gathering Place, we promote independence for senior citizens and adults with special needs through social, recreational, nutritional, and wellness programs that enhance quality of life. The activities that we offer are designed to keep seniors active and involved, offer socialization, promote friendship, encourage mental fitness, and positively impact overall health and wellness. To find out more, visit us at agatheringplace.org or follow us on Facebook and Instagram.
Hunger does not discriminate. It impacts the elderly woman who greets you at church, the little boy who sits next to your child at school, the working mother who cuts your hair. In fact, God's Pantry Food Bank is providing food assistance to 1 in 7 people in central and eastern Kentucky. You can help us in the fight. For every $1 donated to God's Pantry Food Bank, we can distribute 4.5 meals to people in need. To find out how you can help, visit godspantry.org or call 859-255-6592.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
Okay, Jackie boy, it's brought to you by our friends. They're over at the Big Deals online store, hometownlive.net. Shop and save on gift certificates to local businesses and big-time discounts, up to 50% every single day. The Big Deals online store is at hometownlive.net. Sunshine 63 and 41 is the high and low for game number 2 tonight between Danville and Boyle County. Increasing clouds tomorrow, 65. Friday, sunny and 77. Saturday, mostly cloudy, 78. Sunday, cloudy and 76. Right now, it's 8:51. It's 43 degrees here in Danville. Wednesday, the 16th day of the month of April, 041625. On your calendar, 859-238-WHIR. That's 238-9447. It was on this date in rock and roll, pop, and R&B music history, 1939, where this English singer was born. Dusty Springfield would have had a birthday today, born on this date, 1939 for Dusty Springfield. Had her first solo UK hit in 1963 with this song, I Only Want to Be With You, which reached number 4 on the UK charts and number 1 in the UK charts, number 4 on the US charts. With her brother Dion O'Brien, who went by Tom Springfield, Springfield formed the pop vocal trio with Tim Field, the Springfields. 2 of their 5 1961 to 1963 top 40 UK hits included Island of Dreams and Say I Won't Be There. Her image, marked by a peroxide blonde bouffant beehive hairstyle, heavy makeup, and evening gowns, made her an icon of the swinging 60s. She died at the age of 59 back in 1999. Dusty Springfield would have had a birthday today. It was on this day in rock and roll, pop, and R&B music history, 1952, where songwriter Tom Kelly was born. Great songwriter. And with his songwriting partner, Billy Steinberg, they wrote or co-wrote a handful of number one hits, including this one.
Close your eyes, give me your hand.
Eternal Flame by the Bangles, wrote Like a Virgin by Madonna, wrote True Colors by Cyndi Lauper, Alone, covered by Heart in 1987, So Emotional by Whitney Houston in 87. They also wrote or co-wrote the hit songs I Drove All Night, initially recorded by Roy Orbison, I Touch Myself by the Divinals in 1990, and I'll Stand By You by the Pretenders in 1994. Tom Kelly, born on this date, 1952.
Watch you when you are sleeping. You belong with me. Do you feel the same? Am I only dreaming?
It was on this day, rock and roll, pop, and R&B music history, 1956, where this song was released. Sorry, I guess it was recorded on this date in 56. It was released the next month by a record label called Chess Records. Roll Over Beethoven by Chuck Berry, recorded this date, 56. It's said that Berry wrote the song in response to his sister Lucy always using the family piano to play classical music when Berry wanted to play pop music on the piano. The lyric Roll Over Beethoven and Tell Tchaikovsky the News refers to how classical composers would roll over in their graves upon hearing that classical music had given way to rock and roll.
You know my temperature rising, the jukebox blowing a fuse. My heart beating rhythm and my soul keep a singing the blues. I roll over Beethoven, tell Tchaikovsky the news. I got the rockin' pneumonia, I need a shot of rhythm and blues. I caught the rolling arthritis sitting down at a rhythm review. I roll over Beethoven, they're rockin' in 2 by 2.
And it was on this day, 1970, where this group and this single was certified gold in the U.S. after selling over 1 million copies.
You need cool air, baby, I'm not fooling.
Led Zeppelin and their song A Whole Lot of Love. The single peaked at number 4 on the U.S. singles charts. In the U.K., Atlantic Records had expressed issue to the edited version themselves. They were going to issue that and pressed initial copies for release on December of 1969. However, band manager Peter Grant was adamant that the band maintain a no-singles approach to marketing their recorded music in the UK, and he halted the release. On this date, 1970, Whole Lot of Love was certified gold by Led Zeppelin. And that's what's gone on this date, April 16th, in rock and roll, pop, and R&B music history.
Brady Neves, and I'm living in Harrodsburg. I work for Christy Welch. She's been helping my family for years. She's helped my aunt with a few houses, and then my mom. She was just awesome. As a first-time home buyer, I had a ton of questions, stuff I didn't know, and she helped me every step of the way. There's not enough good things I could say. She's great herself, but I know other realtors that she's gotten there, all great people as well. Absolutely, I would recommend them.
Welch Homes Real Estate. Welcome home with Welch Homes.
Hi, I'm Alan Martin, branch manager at Community Trust Bank. Community Trust Bank has supported communities that we call home since 1903. With locations in Boyle and Mercer counties, Community Trust Bank is a full-service bank dedicated to helping you meet your lending needs and financial goals. Please stop by and see me at our Danville main office located at 462 West Main Street. Community Trust Bank, building communities built on trust. Member FDIC, equal housing lender, loans subject to credit approval.
Some love him and some hate him. But everybody listens to Sean Hannity weekdays at 3 and Saturdays at 10 on AM 1230 WHIR.
8:57 in the morning, 238 WHIR, 238-9447. There are many people that do not like the extra fees that restaurants charge, like auto gratuities. But be careful with your criticism because you could be charged a fee for complaining. Someone online shared a photo of a receipt showing they were charged $5 for whining. Even crazier, the receipt itemized it as B-word-ing fee. So the B word with ing on the end of it, a B-wording fee. The customer claims the fee was apparently because they informed the server that they were served the wrong beer. There aren't any more details besides that, so it's unclear what exactly went down and how the place gets away with something like this. Something seems a little off, but the customer says it was just a regular pizza place in Indiana. It was not a place that intentionally messes with people like a Dick's Last Resort or something. They also insist that it's legit. This receipt is legit, and they just informed that they were served the wrong beer, and they got hit with a $5 fee for it. For what it's worth, the customer admits that they were complaining, but they weren't overly whiny, or B-wordy, I guess, as it's listed on the receipt here. They also say they laughed it off, but people online are not laughing it off. They're not cool with it. A restaurant charged a customer a fee for informing them that they got the wrong beer, a $5 fee for complaining. I'm looking at the receipt right now. They ordered 3 beers, $4 each, and they ordered an 8-inch cheese pizza, and they got a $5 excess charge for complaining. $24.78 was their total. It's 8:59 in the morning, coming up at the 9 o'clock in the morning hour. 9:10, we'll have the Adcaster. You can call your items in beginning at 9:10. We'll buy, sell, swap, trade, and give away this morning. And at 9:35, we're chatting chicken with Lee's Famous Recipe. Justin Newton joins the show and will give us an update of what's going on at Lee's Famous Recipe, new menu items, things like that. Justin Newton joins the show at 9:35 this morning. 3 hours in, 1 hour to go. It's 9 o'clock.
This is the talk of the town, AM 1230, and now on FM 103.9, WHIR Danville, powered by Kentucky WIMAX.
It's 9 o'clock. NBC News Radio, I'm Michael Kastner. President Trump, in an interview with a Fox News host, says his administration is looking for ways to put U.S. citizens convicted of violent crimes in foreign prisons.
Could we use it for violent criminals, our own violent criminals?
I call them homegrown criminals.
Yes.
I mean, the
homegrowns.
The ones that grew up and something went wrong and they hit people over the head with a baseball bat. We have, and push people into subways just before the train gets there, like you see happening sometimes. We are looking into it, and we want to do it. I would love to do that.
Is it legal? Legal analyst Danny Savalos.
Whenever I hear we're looking into it, it means that no one's actually started looking into it. He's just saying words that are coming out of his mouth. Legally, he would run into a lot of trouble trying to deport people who are citizens of the United States. However, what we have also found is that the Trump administration is very good at finding loopholes.
Former President Barack Obama is praising Harvard University for setting an example for other higher ed institutions. The nation's 44th president took to social media this week to praise Harvard, even as President Trump is threatening to strip the Ivy League school of its tax-exempt status. Trump's threat came a day after Harvard President Alan Garber rejected the administration's demands to overhaul its policies or lose academic grants. A teenager has been arrested in the shooting at a Dallas high school yesterday that left 4 students injured, 3 of them by gunfire.
We got an active shooter, Wilmer Hutchins High School.
This 11th grader at Wilmer Hutchins High School says it was scary.
I heard like 6 shots, and the teacher ran to the door and closed it and told us to hide in the corner.
Officials say the injured students, who range in age from 15 to 18, were taken to hospitals where their conditions range from non-life-threatening to serious. Michael Kastner, NBC News Radio.
Unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS? This is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Relatives of the Menendez brothers are filing a motion against the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. More from Daniel Martindale.
The family and its attorneys say during a court hearing last week, prosecutors needlessly showed a bloody crime scene photo without prior warning. The motion was released Tuesday by an attorney representing about 20 family members of Eric and Lyle Menendez. It says DA Nathan Hochman and other members of his office owe the family an apology for their scandalous behavior. The photo seen in court reportedly showed Jose Menendez dead on a couch, covered in blood after he was killed by his two sons in 1989. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Karen Reed says she's confident now that a jury in Massachusetts has been seated in her murder trial.
I'm pleased. We're loaded for bear, ready to get the show on the road.
Reed is accused of striking and killing her Boston cop boyfriend, John O'Keefe, with her SUV in 2022. Reed claims she's being framed for O'Keefe's killing, and her first trial last year ended with a hung jury. Opening statements will start next week. Former game show host Wink Martindale has died.
And now, from Television City in Hollywood, here's your host on Gambit, Wink Martindale.
Martindale is known for hosting Gambit, Tic-Tac-Toe, High Rollers, and other shows throughout his career. His real name was Winston, but a childhood friend couldn't pronounce that. It came out sounding like Winky, which then became Wink. Martindale hosted more than 20 game shows, and as a vocalist, he was awarded a gold record for selling 1 million copies of his recording Deck of Cards. His manager announced he died in California on Tuesday. He was 91. United Airlines says it will offer fewer domestic flights this summer. Chicago-based carrier says it plans to trim domestic capacity by about 4%. That will start in the third quarter due to less demand. Michael Kastner, NBC News Radio.
Your morning cup of Sean. This is the Sean Hannity Morning Minute.
China's going to realize that they're going to want access to American markets, and they're going to want to make a deal. The only question is how deeply they paint themselves into a corner before that moment finally dawns on them. And in the meantime, I think the most critical thing that the president can do and his administration can do and his economic team can do is to get with those 130 countries and sign deal after deal after deal. And Americans will be able to create a new normal, is that you don't no longer get to rip off the United States, take advantage of us, and frankly abuse the American consumer and American workers and the country in general. And I think everybody in the end will be better off, and they'll adjust to the new normal. It just takes a while for people to wrap their minds and heads around a new idea.
The conservative underground meets later today on the Sean Hannity Show.
Now, don't get suckered into the same old free phone game by Big Wireless. That comes with a lot of fine print, plus. Oh, in other words, you pay more. At the end of the day, you paid for that, quote, free phone 3 times over. There is a better way. Pure Talk, my cell phone provider, a veteran-owned company, my sponsor, my wireless company, has a much better offer. A free phone with a qualifying plan for just $35 a month, and you get a brand new Samsung Galaxy A26. Just make the switch to Pure Talk for $35 a month. You get unlimited talk, unlimited text, 15 gigs of data with mobile hotspot and roaming, all on America's most dependable 5G network. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team will help you make the switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, pound 250, keyword save now. Get your free Samsung Galaxy with a qualifying plan when you switch to Pure Talk. Wireless by Americans for Americans.
Sutton Pharmacy, friendly service from people you know. Generations of serving our community, immunizations, prescriptions, and so much more. Helpful people, free local delivery, mobile app refills right to your door. Visit SuttonRx.com. Sutton Pharmacy, Friendly service from people you know.
In Lancaster on Maple Avenue.
You gotta go with Graceland. Graceland Air.
Graceland Air, a local HVAC company, offers a wide range of services and provides each customer with an effective and long-term solution in both heating and air conditioning repair. They're committed to excellence in every aspect, exceptional quality of service, high standard of integrity. You are the basis of their business, and they service all brands. Go online to Graceland-KY.com for more information.
You gotta go with Graceland. Graceland Air.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update.
The City of Danville Cemetery Committee is looking at potential rules and regulations, and now they want the public's opinion. The Danville Cemetery rules and regulations are in place to maintain a clean, safe, and reverent space for remembrance. Since they were drafted and adopted back in 2006, both Hilldale Cemetery and Bellevue Cemetery have significantly grown. The biggest potential change would revolve around the grandfather rule. According to the 2006 regulations that were passed, any ground decorations, including benches, statues, or shepherd's hooks, many of the ground decorations present in the cemetery were permitted due to a grandfather exception. These new updated rules will remove the grandfather rule, meaning that all decorations must be affixed to the monument and headstone. That would do away with certain noteworthy statues and monuments in the Bellevue Cemetery. Other changes would pertain to the date and length of time that decorations or artificial arrangements may be displayed on special occasions. All flower beds would no longer be permitted as they pose challenges to ground maintenance, and the holiday burial schedule would align with the city holidays. You can see the updated regulations on the City of Danville website, danvilleky.org, and you can voice your opinion on them as well online on the website or by calling 859-238-1200. The 90-day public comment period will end on July the 10th. Spring cleanup and bulky item pickup week is coming up for Danville and Harrodsburg. Bulk item trash pickup, where you can set items in the curb that are too big for your normal trash container, will happen first in Danville the week of April 28th through May 2nd, and then the next week in Harrodsburg from May 5th through May the 9th. The Boyle County High School Theater Department welcomes Grease back to the stage tomorrow. The show opened up last Thursday night, and you've got 3 more nights to see it. Tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. It'll take the stage those 3 nights at 7 o'clock. You can get tickets for the show online at bcpac.com. That's the Boyle County Performing Arts Center website, bcpac.com. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
Thank you there, Jack. Brought to you by Dexter and Reitmeyer Insurance. They're your local independent insurance agency. They proudly represent the Auto Owners Insurance Company. Call Mark or Chris. Ask them for a free quote, and if auto owners insurance makes sense for you. 859-236-6686. Sunshine, 63 is a high. Low tonight, 41. Increasing clouds, 65 tomorrow. Friday, sunny and 77. It's 9:11 in the morning. I don't even know what cup of coffee I'm on now. This has got to be like cup number 3. We'll say I'm on cup number 3 as we start off the Adcaster. Here we go.
Now, the Adcaster Show on WHIR. Buy, sell, trade for free. Phone lines are now open. Call 859-238-WHIR. Let her go.
All right, the Adcaster. Buying, selling, swapping, trading, giving away on the Adcaster. Love to have you on the show. 238-WHIR. Call in your items. You can call in, and while you call in, I'll take a sip of my coffee. So it all works out. You're helping me out. I'm helping you out. You're getting your items on the radio. You're allowing me to take a sip of my coffee. It's a symbiotic relationship. All right, here we go. For sale, an Apple 12 Pro Max phone and a ladies' Michael Kors handbag, although it looks like Mitchell Kors hot dog. It's a Michael Kors handbag. Not a Mitchell Kors hot dog. 859-613-9177. I can read Shobelish. This is written in Radio Rick's handwriting. It's in Shobelish, and I can translate that into English. an Apple 12 Pro Max iPhone, and a ladies' Michael Kors handbag, 859-613-9177. For sale, 5 used double pane windows. $20 each. 325-5607. 325-5607. For sale, a solid oak small TV stand. It comes about waist high. $30 for it. And a Broyhill cherry dresser with 4 drawers for $20. 859-613-6197. 859-613-6197. For sale, a fridge like brand new. It works well. 859-324-9412. 859-324-9412. For sale, a treadmill, brand new, $100 for it. 859-324-9412. Well, that's right, it's the same person. 324-9412. And for sale, a 2003 Suzuki VN 800 street bike. Saddlebags, custom pipes, it runs good. $1,800 or best reasonable offer. 859-319-6788. 859-319-6788. We'll step aside, come back, and we'll give you the second half of the Adcaster. It's coming up right after this, the halftime show, brought to you by Cattleman's Roadhouse, home of the best salad bar in town.
There's something special about eating at a local restaurant. When you're greeted at the door or you sit down at your regular seat, it's easy to tell the difference from a big chain restaurant. Cattleman's Roadhouse is proud to be locally owned, and we are committed to serving up the best hand-cut steaks, providing an all-you-can-eat salad bar, and cooking up delicious meals right here in your community. Whether you're spending time with family or just craving a great steak, we are here because the best places in life are local.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at HIMSS.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to HIMSS.com/joy. That's HIMSS.com/joy for your free online visit.
Second half of the Adcaster. We'd love to have you on the Joe Show this morning. 859-238-9447 to call in your items. 238 WHIR. We have someone that does the storm cleanup, do like tree branch stuff. 859-612-8917. 859-612-8917. For sale, a Roper stove for $140. 859-325-3987. 859-325-3987. Someone wants to hire a person to mow a large yard in Harrodsburg. 859-734-9734. 859-734-9734. That's all she wrote, he wrote, and they wrote. For this Wednesday morning edition of the Adcaster. On WHIR, Danville News Talk Sports, and the Joe Show.
Hello, I'm Gary Fogle. Welcome to Kentucky Sports Memories. And today, yet another story on how Jim Wallace was a pioneer in Kentucky high school athletics.
At Watson's, we've been delivering all the family fun and relaxation to our local community for over 50 years. Our mission is to provide high-quality home recreational products and home furnishings to our customers that bring families and friends together for a break from the daily stresses of life. Shop the largest local selection of in-stock products for your home, inside and out, and get the guaranteed lowest price in the USA. Only at Watson's.
Yesterday at this time, I told you about Jim Wallace when he was 24 years old in 1967, taking over the head boys basketball coaching job at Trigg County High down in southwestern Kentucky. And that first season he was head coach started an all-black starting lineup at a school that was predominantly white. Many think that was the first time that was ever done here in Kentucky, starting an all-black lineup when it wasn't a school of all blacks or predominantly black. Anyway, he did something else in the late 60s that was innovative. He started a girls' track team at Trigg County High School.
They wanted to want to know if we could have a track team. So I talked to a lady, Ann McCroskey, and I said, Ann, would you help me if we wanted to try to start a track team, a girls' track team? See, there was no girls' sports at all at Trigg at the time, so we did. We started a girls' track team, and actually I had to go down to middle school to really where the interest was, and so we got them going, and then we had some success early on. We won a Class A championship. We actually tied Harlan in 72 for a state championship, and then we were runner-up in 73, and we won it 74 Class A girls track. Then we had some good success in the 80s too in girls track. But yes, that, of all things I've done or had in part of, it really was the girls that started that, spurring their interest in it. And I felt, if they've got that much interest in it, and I felt like I had a little girl who was more than 68, so I thought, well, I've got a little girl in the family. She might be interested. And she did. She was. She ran a little and played a little basketball.
Even before the passage of Title IX, he saw the importance of young girls getting opportunities in sports. Tomorrow we'll take a look at how he tried to change the Sweet 16 in basketball, something he thinks still should happen. Gary Fogle, Kentucky Sports Memories.
Oh, there you go. Gary Fogle, KSM, Kentucky Sports Memories. Mondays through Fridays right here on the Joe Show at this time at 9:20 in the morning. We'll step aside. We will come back, and following that, we'll talk about, did you know that you can get in U.S. national parks for free this weekend? And a health hack. You don't have to exercise. Instead, just do everything faster. That's what apparently experts are saying. It's all coming up next on the Joe Show. It's 9:20 in the morning.
Hello, Central Kentucky. I'm Steve Bertram with sports. Kentucky's leading scorer from last season, Otega Owe, is putting his name into the NBA draft, but he'll also maintain his college eligibility. Owe averaged over 16 points a game for the Cats and became their most important offensive weapon down the stretch when UK was hit by injuries. The deadline for withdrawing your name for the draft is June 15th at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Only 60 players get drafted, and Owe is rated among the mid-80s. Kentucky also lost the battle for Sam Houston State shooting guard Lamar Wilkerson, who committed to Indiana. Wilkerson said he didn't want to be just another guy at Kentucky. In high school baseball last night, Boyle County outscored Danville 9-6. Teams meet again tonight on Hometown Radio as Rebels host the Admirals at 6 o'clock on Z105. Follow us streaming online at hometownlive.net. Other high school baseball scores: Garrett County 4, Lincoln County 2, and Mercer County 5, East Jessamine 4. In fast pitch softball, it was Garrett County 16, Dunbar 8, West Jessamine 13, Boyle County 7, Mercer County 13, East Jessamine 9, LCA 13, Bergen 8, and Washington County 23, Danville 13. Kenny Brooks has his third commit to Kentucky from the transfer portal. 5'9" guard Tony Morgan from Georgia Tech has committed to the Cats. Morgan is a two-time All-ACC player. In Major League Baseball, Cincinnati won its fourth straight game last night, 8-4 over Seattle. DH Austin Hayes homered and drove in 4 runs, while Gavin Lux went 4 for 4 and drove in 2. And that's sports. God bless America. I'm Steve Bertram on the Hometown Radio Network.
Does the next generation of broadcasters include your college student? Encourage them to visit kba.org to learn more about the Kentucky Broadcasters Association Talent Institute at the University of Kentucky, May 19th through 24th. Learn, network, and connect with over 30 industry pros sharing their expertise with you about being on air, podcasting, streaming, news, sports, audio production, marketing, promotions, and so much more. Applications are being accepted now. Sign up today at kba.org.
Be prepared for what Mother Nature brings. Keep up to date with weather forecasts here every hour on WHIR.
Spring is in the air, but are you stuck inside because of allergies? Bring the spring air into your home with Sneeze Masters House Paint. With 10 million grains of actual pollen in every gallon, we have so many colors to choose from, it'll make your eyes water. Like ragweed sunrise, hay fever fuchsia, cut grass green, and orange blossom misery magenta. So bring the great outdoors indoors with Sneeze Masters pollinated paint from the makers of Claritin D.
Hey, this weekend's looking like a win for nature because the National Park Service waiving entry fees on April the 19th on Saturday to kick off National Park Week. Expect special programs, musical themes, family-friendly fun like a Junior Ranger Day where kids can earn their badge. While the free entry covers admission, some parks may still require reservations or timed entry passes. So whether you're in the mood for a scenic hike, family outing, or just some peaceful time in nature, this weekend is the perfect chance to explore without spending a dime. It is free entry at U.S. national parks across the country on Saturday. And if you're looking in Kentucky, Kentucky boasts several U.S. National Park Service sites. Abraham Lincoln's birthplace, Fort Donelson Battlefield, Mill Springs Battlefield National Monument, Camp Nelson National Monument. Bearville Battlefield's a national park, right? It is, right? Isn't Bearville Battlefield National Park? Check it out. Go to nationalparkservice.gov. It'll show you all the national parks that are available. Maybe Bearville Battlefield's not a national park. I don't often think about whether it is or not. I just kind of assumed it was. But you can check it out, nps.gov. Free entry into national parks on Saturday. Hey, this sounds like the dumbest health hack ever, but a new study found that it actually works. Check this out. If you don't want to exercise, turns out you can get some of the same benefits by just rushing through stuff all the time. A study in the journal Circulation found that doing random tasks and chores faster might actually do wonders for your health. Researchers tracked the movements of 24,000 adults for about a week. None of them were people who got regular exercise, so they're living stagnant lifestyles. They're sitting around, all 24,000, and glued to the radio because they can't stop listening to the Joe Show. I'm sure that was what all of them said. We can't exercise, sir. We don't know what's going to happen on the Joe Show next. We got to listen. The ones who did minor tasks briskly saw major health benefits years later. For some, their heart attack and stroke risk was half when it was for people who just went through the motions. Minor stuff includes quick things like speed vacuuming, walking faster when you take out the trash. They even found 5 minutes of rushing per day made a difference. The idea is that when you move faster, guess what happens? Your heart gets pumping faster. And you don't have to be pumping iron to get your heart pumping faster. The lead author of this study put it this way, quote, "It's a good idea to find ways to fit exertion into your daily life. But that doesn't mean you have to actually exercise to exert yourself. So just doing things faster, trimming the yard with a weed eater faster, walking around with more brisk of a pace than what you usually do. A health hack for you. You don't even have to exercise. Just do everything faster than what you're used to doing. And that apparently can, for some, cut heart attack and stroke risk in half. It's 9:27 and a half in the morning. The NBC Sports Minute's coming your way. Next.
Playoff Jimmy strikes again. Butler game high 38 to help the Warriors down the Grizzlies to clinch the 7th seed in a day with the Rockets in the first round. Draymond Green says playoff Jimmy is special to see.
You can just see a whole different intensity level and focus. And to see it up close and personal, like it's a real thing. There's some other nicknames out there, they're not real. That one's real. And I'm happy he on our side.
In the East, the Magic crushed the Hawks by 25 to earn the 7th seed. Will face the Celtics in the first round. The Pelicans finalizing a deal with Hall of Famer Joe Dumars to become the new president of basketball operations. On the ice, the Blues peppered Utah. Wild beat the Ducks in overtime to clinch the final 2 playoff spots in the West. Alex Bregman perfect at the plate, 5 for 5 with 2 home runs. Red Sox top the Rays. That's sports. I'm Ronza Moss.
There you go. I think it just hit me, by the way. Perryville Battlefield is not a national park. It's a national historic site. It's not like a park. Maybe that's why I heard the word national, and I thought it's got to be a national park, but that's not. That's what it is, I think. National Historic Site. Hey, here's an interesting nugget that came out of Meta's ongoing antitrust trial. Mark Zuckerberg once considered deleting all of your Facebook friends and making everyone start all over. He suggested the idea back in 2022 because the social aspect of Facebook was declining. The thinking was that this could encourage users to reconnect with Facebook while rebuilding their social connections. It wouldn't have been the end of the world to re-add your close friends and family members, but it might have been difficult to reconnect with that one random guy you talked to at a barbecue back in 2011. You know, the guy whose name was Brent or Blake, I don't know. He had a black lab named Susie. I'm sure you know the dog's name, but don't remember his name. The problem is mostly Meta's fault, though. You're seeing less of your friends' content on Facebook or Instagram and more suggested content like videos and other algorithmic distractions. In one side of Meta's presentation, they shared this stat. 22% on Facebook, 11% on Instagram viewing friends' content 2 years ago. It's even lower than that this year. It's 9:30. Here's news.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Flood recovery efforts continue in Louisville. Paul Miles has the latest.
Mayor Greenberg says public works crews and a contractor are ahead of schedule in getting the city cleaned up in time for the Kentucky Derby. The focus now is on River Road between 2nd and 9th Streets.
There was a significant amount of debris in those areas. Most of that debris has now been removed, and we're focused on removing the mud and the muck.
The city is also working with state officials on mitigating a mudslide that is threatening several homes along Harrods Creek in Prospect.
Is it from a flood? Is it an act of God? Is there so many things that could be considered? We're truly in a little bit of new territory right here.
Kelly Jones is the Deputy Director of Metro Emergency Services. I'm Paul Miles.
Meantime, Tim Voigt talked to WLKY about his home among those being threatened by the mudslides.
I looked out and I started to see what I now know was some dirt that was going out into the water. It looked like some foam.
Land, trees, and utility poles falling off the hillside into the water. Louisville Metro Emergency Management is helping along with the Red Cross, but much of what's going on right now is a wait-and-see situation. And there's more rain in the forecast this weekend. A City of Oak Grove employee in hot water for allegedly stealing money. State police say Oak Grove payroll employee Haley Bamford is accused of altering her timesheets and destroying payroll records. The 38-year-old is accused of falsifying her timesheets dating back to 2022 in an effort to get more money out of the city. An audit found several instances of false and altered entries. A Tuesday morning house fire injures 2 and kills a dog in Somerset. The fire department responded to a call just before 11 o'clock when fire and smoke coming from a house. One person taken to the hospital, the other refused to go. I'm Lee Mowen.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at HIMSS.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to HIMSS.com/joy. That's HIMSS.com/joy for your free online visit.
Hey, it's me again. That's right, I'm Jerry Farmer, and I'm still cutting up. Still Cutting Up is a place to go when you need a fresh cut or a mini afro. Perms, colors, nails, too. Braids, highlights, and even updo. I know you done heard of us, so get with it. I know you need your hair did. Here's our digit, 238-7899. Bob your head while I rhyme. 24/7, we won't be beat. 365 on South 4th Street. See ya. See ya.
Hi, this is Caraway and Adeline at Mattresses and More next door to Ace Hardware in Danville. If you are looking for new furniture or bedding, come check out our tax refund sale. New merchandise arriving weekly, and we sell off the floor. Get up to 35% off. We offer layaway and 12 months same as cash with approved credit. Come see Aunt Nana. You'll be glad you did.
Again, buy it today, take it home today. Living room suits, bedroom suits, dinette sets, recliners, and more. From Mattresses and More, Southland Plaza next to Ace Hardware.
Pretzel Crust is back at Little Caesars, and fans are excited. Even my pet sheep is pumped. It's back. It sure is. That delicious buttery flavored pretzel crust is back. It's back. Yep, you're right. That delicious cheddar cheese sauce is back. Pretzel Crust is back for $6.99 at Little Caesars. Plus tax where applicable. Available at participating locations for a limited time. Prices may vary. Prices higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and third-party online sites.
Pizza. Listen to us on your smart speaker. Just ask to play our call letters. WHIR.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. The City of Danville Cemetery Committee is looking at potential rules and regulations, and now they want the public's opinion. The Danville Cemetery rules and regulations are in place to maintain a clean, safe, and reverent space for remembrance. Since they were drafted and adopted back in 2006, both Hilldale Cemetery and Bellevue Cemetery have significantly grown. The biggest potential change would revolve around the grandfather rule. According to the 2006 regulations that were passed, any ground decorations, including benches, statues, or shepherd's hooks, many of the ground decorations present in the cemetery were permitted due to a grandfather exception. These new updated rules will remove the grandfather rule, meaning that all decorations must be affixed to the monument and headstone. That would do away with certain noteworthy statues and monuments in the Bellevue Cemetery. Other changes would pertain to the date and length of time that decorations or artificial arrangements may be displayed on special occasions. All flower beds would no longer be permitted as they pose challenges to ground maintenance, and the holiday burial schedule would align with the city holidays. You can see the updated regulations on the City of Danville website, danvilleky.org, and you can voice your opinion on them as well online on the website or by calling 859-238-1200. The 90-day public comment period will end on July the 10th. Spring cleanup and bulky item pickup week is coming up for Danville and Harrodsburg. Bulk item trash pickup, where you can set items in the curb that are too big for your normal trash container, will happen first in Danville the week of April 28th through May 2nd, and then the next week in Harrodsburg from May 5th through May the 9th. The Boyle County High School Theater Department welcomes Grease back to the stage tomorrow. The show opened up last Thursday night, and you've got 3 more nights to see it. Tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. It'll take the stage those 3 nights at 7 o'clock. You can get tickets for the show online at bcpac.com. That's the Boyle County Performing Arts Center website, bcpac.com. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by
All right, Jack, appreciate that, old buddy. It's brought to you by our friends hanging out over at Altogether Recovery Center, Danville's first residential addiction center for men, offering life-saving, compassionate care for drug and alcohol addiction. Altogether Recovery Center is now open in Danville. All right, you get sunshine. High today 63, low tonight 41. Tomorrow, clouds and 65. Friday, sunny and 77. Right now, it's 9:38 in the morning. It's 48 degrees here in Danville. We are talking chicken, a little chicken chat with Justin Newton from Lee's Famous Recipe. Good morning, Justin. How are you?
Morning, Joe. How are you, buddy?
Doing good. How's everything in Justin Newton's world going today?
Everything's good, man. Driving up to the store right now. It's a beautiful day out, a little chilly, but gorgeous.
Gorgeous. Going to be a good chicken eating day at Lee's Famous Recipe. Justin, we had Sunday afternoon after church lunch at my parents' house. Guess what we had? I mean, come on. You know what we had here.
Chicken?
Chicken. Lee's Famous Recipe. My mom said, do you want strips or do you want bone-in? And I'm like, well, I'm a strip guy. And Rebecca was like, I kind of want, like, chicken leg bone, like bone-in chicken. And my mom, so she got both. She did the best of both. She got some chicken strips. She got some, we're dark meat family, like, on the bone, so, like, thighs and chicken legs and things like that. So we had a nice little mixture, Justin, of those who like to eat adult chicken with bone-in or those who like to eat children's chicken, like me, chicken strips.
What is it about Sunday and chicken
know.
that it hits different?
Chicken and potato salad and macaroni and cheese. It hits different on a Sunday after church.
I still remember when I was a kid, even when my family owned the store back in Campbellsville, we used to, me and my little brother, after church, we'd be coming home, and they'd say, what do you want to eat? And we'd say, chicken, take it home, and we'd get legs, and my dad would just kind of shake his head because he'd been eating chicken all week.
Yeah.
But they'd always get it for us, so.
Love it. Good stuff. Hey, Justin, tell us about what's going on at Lee's. What have you all been busy doing? And we are gearing up for the biggest day of the year, I think is what you've told us before, about a month from today, right around this time next month. Mother's Day, one of the biggest days of the year for you all in Lee's Famous Recipe chicken business. So tell us, Justin, how y'all are gearing up for that.
Yeah, well, we got another one coming up Sunday.
Yeah,
Easter.
so if I were to guess, I would think Easter Sunday's probably pretty high up there too, right?
It is.
Yeah.
It's we're just right below Mother's Day. It's kind of the same pace for both days, and we kind of prepare the same way with extra stuff, extra staff, and they're both really, really super wild days in the store. And everybody will be there with their Red Bulls about 8:00, and we'll start prepping food and get it all together, and it will be a wild day, Easter and Mother's Day. So yeah, gearing up for that right now. And this weather, I've always noticed over the years with the store that this weather is perfect chicken weather when it's like 50 degrees, but it's sunny and nice out, and there's just a little bit of chill in the air. And I can already make a bet that the spicy chicken today is going to be the play.
So spicy chicken is what you're going with today, because it's not like super cold, but it's not super hot, so something to kind of warm us up a little bit.
Yep, always the spicy when it's kind of this weather, and I've been doing this a while, so I can kind of gauge with the weather that with the weather that day what the play is going to be for everybody. So I'm going to say it's going to be spicy chicken.
I think too, Justin, like when you get to spring and you get those 50 to 60 degree days where, as we mentioned, it's a Sunday afternoon. Maybe many of our listeners have gone to church that afternoon or that morning. They're coming back. It's sunny, and you want to sit out on the porch, right? Enjoy the sunshine. Don't want to put too much effort into cooking a big meal. So you go to Lee. It's just like it's a perfect kind of picnic-type Sunday afternoon lunch when you think about Lee's Famous Recipe.
Yeah, you can't beat it, and that's it seems to be what the memories everybody kind of has of Lee's growing up too with the family, and that's what all my friends always tell me. I remember when I was a kid, with the family on Sundays, and but we got another good thing going today though, Joe. It's Wednesday, so we got the Wednesday special today.
Okay, what is the Wednesday special, Justin?
Yeah, so the Wednesday special, we've been doing this for over 40 years. It's $1 off the regular price, so you can get you a 3-piece meal with a couple sides and a biscuit, and you can do strips or chicken, and I believe the price with tax and everything is like $8.26 maybe. So it's hard to go somewhere these days and eat for $8.26 and be super full with 3 pieces of chicken, 2 sides, and a biscuit.
Yeah. Love that. And that's, like you said, super full. Like I've eaten Lee's before at lunch, Justin, and I'm like, I'm done for the rest. I don't need dinner. I just had two big, y'all's chicken strips, I feel like are getting bigger and bigger, Justin. You get your money's worth when you get the chicken strips.
Yeah. So Wednesday 3-piece special, always a great deal.
Mm-hmm.
So invite everybody to come out today and get that. And like I said, we've been doing that Wednesday 3-piece special for, 40-some years, I guess.
Yeah. Do y'all have, like, other days with other specials that you have going on, too, besides Wednesdays?
Wednesday's usually the only day that we have the special.
Mm-hmm.
We're still doing our $6 lunch specials right now, which are really popular. So that's a couple strips, a side, and a biscuit and a drink. You can also do a veggie plate if you want to do that for the $6 meals. I know, money's tight for everybody, and so the $6 meals are really, really good for us at lunch. And it's kind of it's not even as much as the 3-piece, so it's a little bit less food, but it's kind of like the perfect amount, and you get a drink with it. So another great deal of ours that hard to beat, hard to go somewhere in town for $6 and fill up, for lunch.
Yeah. I'm looking at the website right now, Justin, and I got the Danville, Kentucky location plugged in. It says promotions, pot pie. Is there a special pot pie promotion going on, or is that just like an item you all are kind of featuring right now?
I think that's one of our feature items right now. Coming out of the cold weather and still kind of lingering around, the pot pies are another one. Spicy chicken, pot pies with this weather. Everybody wants just something a little bit warm.
Yeah.
So that's one of our special feature items right now too. That'll once it warms up, that product will slow down a little bit.
Lee's Famous Recipe chicken right here in Danville, and you got Easter Sunday coming up and Mother's Day about a month after Easter Sunday, and Justin said extra staff on hand for those 2 days, two of the biggest days of the year for Lee's Famous Recipe. Justin, in terms of like how many pieces of chicken you think that you all will put out on Easter Sunday, is there a certain number that you prepare for to order that you think, hey, if we reach this number, this is kind of like a successful Easter Sunday or a successful Mother's Day? What's the number that you're looking at?
Yeah, so kind of what I do every year is I kind of track how many cases of chicken strips we're selling, what we did last year, and I kind of keep those notes for the next year. So we will sell anywhere from probably around 3,000 pieces of chicken and another 2,500 strips. So we're looking at upwards of 6,000 pieces going out Sunday, and that's just in chicken and strips.
6,000 in one day.
Yeah, it's wild.
And that's like, like you're including, so like if someone comes in and orders like a 20-piece family meal, there's 20 pieces right there, but you get 20-piece, or you get a catering order, or a 40-piece, or a 10-piece, or someone comes by and just gets a little 2-piece meal for themselves. All of that added up, you say it's about 3,000 pieces?
Yeah, and that's just chicken. So that's not even strips.
Yeah. Oh, that's okay. So that's not counting the chicken strips. That's just the bone-in chicken.
Yeah, that's just the bone-in chicken. Yep. So open to close, that's about what we'll run that day.
So how do you calculate the chicken strips then?
Well, I know how many strips are in a case, so I just calculate. Like last year, I know I went through, let's just say 15 cases of chicken, which, a couple hundred pieces per case, and I do the same with strips. And at the end of the day, I kind of take an inventory and I look at it and say, okay, well, I went through this much this year, went through this much the year before, and I just kind of calculate in my head, how many pieces that is. That way I can prepare for the next year. And I just look back at my notes, and it's usually pretty close. I mean, it's scary how close it is.
Do you have a calculation for the in terms of a calendar year, the most number of pieces of chicken that you all have sold in a calendar year? Because if you say 3,000 on one day, Easter Sunday, and you assume Mother's Day is kind of like that, well, that's 6,000 just for 2 days. What about the other 363 days of the year? And I don't even know what number to even start to guess, Justin.
Yeah, it's a lot. I've never actually calculated that number. I think my head may explode over that one. I just want to make it through that one day.
Yeah, you make it through that day and you're good to go. Now, when people look at Easter Sunday, and because it is a super popular day for family get-togethers and gatherings and family reunions and church activities and things like that, do they need to order ahead, or are they good with just coming through the drive-thru? How would it be easier for them and for you all?
Yeah, so if it's something simple like and I call simple a 16-piece meal or a 20-piece meal, we're gonna have chicken coming up nonstop. I still need people to be patient because it is a lot and it is overwhelming. But if there's a special order where you got, let's just say 30, 40 pieces or something like that, I do encourage people to call that in, get us on the list. I was there Monday. I think we had probably already 17 catering orders in on Monday, which I can't remember the last time I saw on a Monday that we already had 17 catering orders for Easter. Now, usually by the weekend, that number is going to be up in the 50 to 60 range, and that's just catering orders. So, yeah, I do encourage everyone to call in, and if you want to make an order, get it on the list because it helps us prepare for those times, and then we categorize the times that day. We've got a system that we go by where everything's nice and neat for us, so we know exactly what time it's going out.
Yeah. And
also, I'll have to turn off DoorDash and online ordering at least during the day on Sunday because it just. Yeah, I remember the first year I owned the store. I tried to do that, and that was one of the worst mistakes I've ever made in business, I think.
So for the catering, are they picking that up, or are you all delivering the catering?
Yeah, most of it's pickup.
Pick up, okay.
Very tough for us to deliver on that day, just with with everything going out. So most of it will be pickup, unless it's just a very large number that's not in the lunch time frame.
Yeah, so go ahead. If it's a catering, a larger order, go ahead and call those orders in and get your name kind of on the big board, so to say, so that Lee's knows that you want that big order there on Sunday. Is that the best way you would kind of suggest? And then what's the phone number, Justin, for people who need to call?
Yeah, absolutely. Call the store, 859-236-8777. We're taking those orders, and we're getting everything on the board. So the sooner you call, the better. We can get you in line and have a game plan for that day, so it helps us a great deal to be a lot more efficient.
I love good stuff. Justin, how's the Danville special selling? You all have got that Danville special, which, again, you came up with on this show, piece of fish, some chicken. You get the best of both worlds. Tell us how the Danville special's going for you.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. Like I said, you and I came up with that. I guess that's been maybe a year or two ago that we've had that now. And just the perfect mix of fish and chicken and the side. And, obviously our fish is very popular, and people don't always think about Lee's, a chicken place, having fish. But we're well known for our fish. I got people that drive all over for the fish. So it's just kind of the perfect combo meal.
There you go. You can get the tartar sauce with the fish and the honey mustard with the chicken.
That's right. Two of our favorites.
The best of the sauces. It's Justin Newton Lee's famous recipe right here in Danville. They are, we know where they are. That's technically considered, is it Houstonville Road or 4th Street at that point, Justin?
4th Street.
610
South 4th Street.
610 South 4th Street here in Danville. We know where Lee's is. They do a phenomenal job. Their chicken is the best of the best. I mentioned we had it Sunday after church, and we were so inundated with the leftovers, Justin, and we're so excited that I texted my mom later on that evening. Jack had baseball practice, so we got home after baseball practice around 7 o'clock and said, "Hey, Mom, you got any chicken left over?" And she said, "Yeah, I do." So we went back over there, Justin, and ate the rest of it for dinner. So we had chicken for lunch and dinner, had the leftovers for dinner. Love it.
A lot of people do that. The funny thing is sometimes specifically the strips, to me, are better the longer they sit.
Mm-hmm.
Now, like once the strips have been sitting for 4 or 5 hours, those are actually better to me, and I like them more like that. I hear a lot of people say that.
Yeah, you heat them up again, and then you get the honey mustard back out, and you are redoing it all over. The favorite time of day, eating lunch and doing it again and eating dinner with Lee's famous recipe. We did that Sunday after Jack's baseball practice. It's 9:50 in the morning. We'll step aside. We'll come back. We're talking with Justin Newton from Lee's famous recipe. Can't touch this. Can't touch Lee's. They're the best chicken in the business. Back after this.
Put your tummy in your tank at Papa's Quick Stop number 17, where convenience meets quality. Nestled on North Stewart's Lane, the former Bluegrass Truck Stop's now under new ownership and management, offering a fresh take for truck drivers and travelers. From juicy and crispy broaster chicken to delicious mouth-watering Hunt's Brothers Pizza. Available 24/7. Simply call 859-209-2400 for a speedy pickup. Premium quality diesels available for one truck or a fleet of trucks. Let Papa's Quick Stop be your perfect travel companion. Papa's Quick Stop number 17 in Danville, North Stewart's Lane looks forward to serving you.
you. Mike Gay here. At Essity, we're committed to making the world a healthier, more hygienic place, starting right here in Harrodsburg and Danville. We're hiring machine operators where you'll work with cutting-edge technology to produce essential products like hand towels and tissue paper. Our wages start at $20 per hour with benefits on day one and opportunity for growth. If you're a high school grad ready to make an impact, visit ESSITY.com/careers. That's Essity.com/careers.
Danville Dealmaker, Bob Allen.
Together, let's drive at Bob Allen Chevrolet. Lease a new 25 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab LT 4x4 for only $409 per month for 36 months. First payment, taxes, and fees due at signing, 10,000 lease miles per year. Stock M25213. Must have trade and lease loyalty. Bob Allen Chevrolet, located on Maple Avenue in Danville, or shop online anytime at BobAllenMotorMall.com.
Paying for your student's college can feel overwhelming. Scholarships and grants help, but they might not cover everything. With competitive low interest rates and no application or other fees, the Kentucky Advantage Parent Loan offers a smooth and affordable solution. Owned and managed by a state-based nonprofit lender, we're committed to helping families like yours. Apply today and take the next step in supporting their dreams. Visit KentuckyAdvantageLoan.com or call 800-988-6333 to learn more.
This message is brought to you by the Kentucky Broadcasters Association and this station.
Going out of town or anywhere in the world? Stay in touch with WHIR on the internet at hometownlive.net. Powered by Kentucky WIMAX.
$9:53 in the morning, Wednesday, the 16th day of April. It's a Lee's Famous Recipe Wednesday. Excited about the Wednesday deal that Justin and the great folks at Lee's have. Again, Justin, tell us what the Wednesday deal is. You all have done this for, you said, more than 40 years at Lee's Famous Recipe, the Wednesday meal deal.
Known for the Wednesday special. Today is $1 off regular price. You can do 3 pieces of chicken, 3 strips, a couple sides of the biscuit, all for, pretty close on this, $8.26, I believe.
Okay.
After taxes, price on that, which is very hard to beat these days for a meal.
Is that something, if I come in and get the 3 pieces of chicken, could I say 3 dark meat pieces, please? Or is it just you all, is it like a breast and a leg, or how does that work?
Yeah, the only thing you can't do on that is 3 breasts, the white meat, but generally it's a breast, a thigh, and a leg is what it comes with. But if you want to do all dark meat, that's fine too. I love chicken legs. I don't do thighs, but I do love chicken legs, so you can do all legs, you can do all thighs. You can even add extra breast. It's just a little bit more on it, but we can set it up however you want.
There you go. That's today at Lee's Famous Recipe in Danville. Now, you all open up 10 o'clock in the morning, right?
About 6 minutes, yep.
6 minutes from now, someone's going to be stopping in and getting their morning sweet tea.
Oh, yeah, we got our tea regulars who will be sliding through there shortly for sure.
There you go. Some of the other local favorites from Lee's Famous Recipe in Danville, the famous chicken sandwich, and my favorite, the spicy chicken sandwich, is, I remember, Justin, about 7-8 years ago, the chicken sandwich wars, and you all jumped into it, and I'll put you alls up against anybody else's. How's the chicken sandwich going for you all?
Yeah, the chicken sandwich is great. Selling a lot of those. It seems like I'm going through more cases every week as far as my ordering goes. So chicken sandwich is great. We got a great bun with it. Got a good brioche bun that goes on it. And then, a lot of things. A lot of times people forget. We brought the gizzards back.
I was going to mention that next.
We've had a little bit of problem with the. I guess there's a. What was it? The chicken flu. There was something going on with chickens where they had some kind of outbreak. So apparently the gizzards were the most affected by that. So we've had a little bit of trouble here and there getting those in on a timely basis, but then we got the livers too. So, think about this. Very few places you can go, probably in America these days, and get livers and gizzards,
Yeah. Do you have fried pickles in the menu?
Yeah, we do. We still have the fried pickles. You can get those in 3 or 8. Those are also very popular with some ranch, and those are hard to beat.
And then we've talked about the Danville special, but you all do have like standalone fish meals too, where like if you want to go get fish and you say, I don't want the chicken, I just want the fish, you can just get the fish meal.
We do, yeah. And we've made just a little bit of change to the fish. We haven't changed anything about the ingredients. It's just we used to cut our fish, so we would take like a 5 or 7 ounce piece and cut it up into pieces. Now we're giving the whole piece of fish. So actually, people are getting more fish. It's just bigger pieces now, so that's the only difference. But there's no difference in preparation. There's no difference in taste. It's just the pieces are actually bigger now. So
that's good.
That's good for everybody.
That's good for the consumer. They love that. Give me a bigger piece of fish. Love to hear that. Hey, you've had great success with that Danville special, which we talked about in the first segment. Is that something that, like, you have bounced that around to other Lee's franchise owners in other areas? Say, hey, we've done really well with this. You all may consider doing something like this.
Yeah, I've talked to even talked to corporate about that, about kind of making that a menu item. The only problem is that some Lees don't carry fish every day. I do.
Oh, nice.
So some people spot carry it. They'll carry it on the weekends because it is a lot more expensive inventory wise to keep that on hand. But I do have it every single day, and it's always been like that. But perfect mix of food, fish and chicken. I mean, hard to beat that.
Yeah, it's more expensive to keep it inventory wise, but you know that your people are going to eat it. They love the fish that you all have. So
Absolutely. I have no problems with that.
Yeah, good for you all. Keep it in stock. Again, they open up 10 o'clock in the morning. What time do you all close, Justin?
Let's see. Today's Wednesday, so we'll close at 9:30 tonight.
9:30 tonight. You got the Wednesday special as well, $1 off for that today. Go by Lee's Famous Recipe in Danville. Check them out. They are, we know where they are. They're on 4th Street here in Danville, and you can get your chicken fix at Lee's Famous Recipe, from classic 8-piece boxes to meals to strip boxes to strip meals. They can customize. If you have a bigger order for catering, they can customize that for you however you want. Talk to Lee's. One of the biggest days of the year coming up, Easter Sunday. If it's a big order, get your catering order in now for Lee's Famous Recipe. We love it. Justin, appreciate you being on, buddy, and always love talking Lee's Famous Recipe with you, one of my favorite places to eat in Danville, and we'll talk to you again next month, okay?
Thank you, Joe. Have a good day.
All right, Justin, you too. Bye. That's Justin Newton from Lee's Famous Recipe right here in Danville on South 4th Street. Did my mouse just die? I think my mouse did just die. Okay. Let's see if I can get to my closing song. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. I can hum it for you. Do do diddle-oo, 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 but that doesn't have the same effect. Maybe I can do it this way. This is not good by any stretch of the imagination. All right, here we go. I can get to it this way. I've hacked into the computer another way. Let's get the closing song on here. Here's that sad music again. That means my time has come to an end of the Joe Show. Had a blast with you all on this Wednesday morning, and I hope you made the start to your work day just a little bit more bearable. I'm Joe Mathis, signing off. I'm back with you tomorrow morning, dark and early, on Danville's one-stop shop for local news, local events, and local voices. That, my friends, is the Joe Show on AM 1230 and the brand new 103.9 FM, WHIR Danville News Talk Sports. Until then, God bless. Have a great, fun, and safe Wednesday afternoon as Curtis McPeak's Home Sweet Home leads us home sweet home. Kentucky Sports Radio is coming up next, and Danville Boyle Baseball tonight, 6 o'clock on Z105.
This is the talk of the town.
Check, 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 check. The Hometown Radio Network Sports Check. The Hometown Radio Network Sports broadcast schedule. High school baseball tonight. Boyle County hosts Danville after the Rebels took game one of the series yesterday, 9-6. They're back at it tonight. We'll have that game on Z105 WRNZ FM with a 6 o'clock first pitch. Meanwhile, tomorrow night, Garrett County is at Boyle County, and fast pitch softball. We'll have that 6 o'clock first pitch on Z105 between Garrett County and Boyle. And all games stream live online at hometownlive.net. Sports Check. The Hometown. The Hometown. The Hometown. The Hometown Radio Network Sports broadcast schedule. High school baseball tonight. Boyle County hosts Danville. The Hometown Radio Network Sports broadcast schedule. High school baseball tonight. Boyle County hosts Danville after the Rebels took game one of the series yesterday, 9-6. They're back at it tonight. We'll have that game on Z105 WRNZ FM with a 6 o'clock first pitch. Meanwhile, tomorrow night, Garrett County is at Boyle County, and fast pitch softball. We'll have that 6 o'clock first pitch on Z105 between Garrett County and Boyle. And all games stream live online at hometownlive.net. The Hometown. The Hometown. The Hometown. We'll have that game on Z105 WRNZ FM with a 6 o'clock first pitch. Meanwhile, tomorrow night, Garrett County is at Boyle County, and fast pitch softball. We'll have that 6 o'clock first pitch on Z105 between Garrett County and Boyle. And all games stream live online at hometownlive.net. Check. This is a Hometown Radio Network. The Kentucky Department of Education says it has eliminated all DEI initiatives from public schools. Kentucky Department of Education Commissioner Robbie Fletcher told public school superintendents that in an email on Sunday, saying that he is, quote, confident that through our statewide commitment to providing opportunity and access for every student, that we can advance towards meeting the needs and ensuring success of each student in Kentucky's public schools. While the Kentucky General Assembly did pass a bill that did away with DEI initiatives on Kentucky's public college campuses, they did not pass anything related to Kentucky's public schools. The decision, however, comes about 2 weeks after President Donald Trump and the U.S. Department of Education directed schools to end DEI initiatives or risk losing federal funding. Numbers from the Herald-Leader show that Kentucky's public schools receive over $1 billion in annual funding. A sizable amount of that goes towards school lunches. I'm Joe Mathis. The Kentucky Department of Education says it has eliminated all DEI initiatives from public schools. Kentucky Department of Education Commissioner Robbie Fletcher told public school superintendents that in an email on Sunday, saying that he is, quote, confident that through our statewide commitment to providing opportunity and access for every student, that we can advance towards meeting the needs and ensuring success of each student in Kentucky's public schools. While the Kentucky General Assembly did pass a bill that did away with DEI initiatives on Kentucky's public college campuses, they did not pass anything related to Kentucky's public schools. The decision, however, comes about 2 weeks after President Donald Trump and the U.S. Department of Education directed schools to end DEI initiatives or risk losing federal funding. Numbers from the Herald-Leader show that Kentucky's public schools receive over $1 billion in annual funding. A sizable amount of that goes towards school lunches. I'm Joe Mathis. School lunches. The Herald-Leader also reports that local school districts now have until Friday of this week to sign a letter to the U.S. Department of Education confirming that they have eliminated their DEI initiatives. A little bit of a warmer day today. We're starting to get a warm-up with low 60s today and a transition into the 70s by Friday. That'll be accompanied by some pretty strong winds that day as well, where we could see gusts up over the 30-mile-per-hour mark at times. As for Easter weekend, the forecasts revolve around a potential front that could move in. As of now, there's a slight risk of rain on Easter Sunday. I'm Joe Mathis. The Herald-Leader also reports that local school districts The Herald-Leader towards school lunches. The Herald-Leader also reports that local school districts now have until Friday of this week to sign a letter to the U.S. Department of Education confirming that they have eliminated their DEI initiatives. A little bit of a warmer day today. We're starting to get a warm-up with low 60s today. That'll be accompanied by some pretty strong winds, where we could see gusts up over the 30-mile. As of now, there's a slight risk of opportunity and access for every student, that we can advance towards meeting the needs and ensuring success of each. A sizable amount of that goes towards school lunches. The Herald-Leader also reports that local school districts now have until Friday of this week to sign a letter to the U.S. Department of Education confirming that they have eliminated their DEI initiatives. A little bit of a warmer day today. We're starting to get a warm-up with low 60s today and a transition into the 70s by Friday. The same group that dismantled the dean of students and a coach at Bryan Station High School has been arraigned on wanted endangerment. John J. Bordas appeared before the Fayette County District Court yesterday and pled not guilty. A charge stems from an incident that happened on February 13th, where someone called police to say that he was followed home after a near-traffic accident by the vehicle that nearly collided with them. They say that person parallel parked in front of their house and pointed a black firearm at him. He later identified Bordas as that person. WLEX is reporting that Bordas is currently on leave, but no other details have been provided. The same group that's dismantling the chemical weapons stockpile at Bluegrass Army Depot in Richmond has now given back to the community in the form of a new playground. The new playground was built in the Betty Miller Park on Estill Avenue, and $55,000 of that came from the Bechtel Parsons Bluegrass joint venture. And $55,000 of that came from the Bechtel Parsons Bluegrass joint venture. Bechtel Parsons is the company in charge of disposing of the chemical weapons stockpile at Bluegrass Army Depot. They say that mission will be fully complete in about 2 years. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis. The same group that dismantled The dean of students and a coach at Bryan Station High School has been arraigned on wanted endangerment. John J. Bordas appeared before the Fayette County District Court yesterday and pled not guilty. A charge stems from an incident that happened on February 13th, where someone called police to say that he was followed home after a near-traffic accident by the vehicle that nearly collided with them. They say that person parallel parked in front of their house and pointed a black firearm at him. He later identified Bordas as that person. WLEX is reporting that Bordas is currently on leave, but no other details have been provided. The same group that's dismantling the and $55,000 of that came from the Bechtel Parsons Bluegrass Estill Avenue, and $50 for the Hometown Radio Network. But no the same The same group that's dismantling the chemical weapons stockpile at Bluegrass Army Depot in Richmond has now given back to the community.
Hello, I'm Adam Hopkins.
At him. He later identified Bordas as that person. WLEX is reporting that Bordas is currently on leave, but no other details have been provided. The same group that's dismantling the chemical weapons stockpile at Bluegrass in the form of a new playground. The new playground was built in the Betty Miller Park on Estill Avenue, and $55,000 of that came from the Bechtel Parsons Bluegrass joint venture. Bechtel Parsons is the company in charge of disposing of the chemical weapons stockpile. Bechtel Parsons Bluegrass joint venture. Bechtel Parsons Blue and $55,000 of that. And $55,000 of that came from the Bechtel Parsons Bluegrass joint venture. I'm Joe Mathis. And $55,000 of that came from
Give me love, give me love, give me peace on earth. Give me strength, help me up with this heavy love.
On Estill Avenue.
Hope, help me go.
Here are the Rose Marie Bryant, age 88 of Harrodsburg, died last Thursday. Diane Sims Funeral Services is in charge of the arrangements. Wayne Anthony Andrews, age 68 of Harrodsburg, died Wednesday. Visitation is Saturday from 11, at the top of the service at 12 noon at Sims Funeral Services. And those today's obituaries on AM 1420 and 99.5 FM WHBN. Wayne Anthony Andrews. Wayne Anthony Andrews, age 68 of Harrodsburg, died Wednesday. Visitation is Saturday from Wayne Anthony Andrews, age 68 of Harrodsburg, died 1420 and 99.5 FM WHBN.
Is not a bad word. Join other enlightened listeners and me, Sean Hannity, weekdays at 3 on AM 1230 WHIR.
This is the talk of the town, AM 1230, and now on FM 103.9, WHIR Danville, powered by Kentucky WIMAX.
It's 12 o'clock. NBC News Radio, I'm Michael Kastner. A U.S. lawmaker is heading to El Salvador to discuss the return of a man mistakenly deported and sent to a notorious prison in the Central American nation. Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland says the deportation of Kilmar Abrego Garcia should raise alarms for Americans.
What we're seeing is this encroachment of an authoritarian government day by day, and every American patriot has a duty to stand up and speak out.
He notes that federal courts have ordered his safe return, and it should be a priority of the U.S. government to secure Abrego Garcia's release. President Trump is being sued by the state of California over sweeping global tariffs. Governor Gavin Newsom announced a lawsuit today. In a statement, Newsom said the tariffs are wreaking chaos on California families, businesses, and the economy. The Department of Justice is suing the state of Maine over refusing to ban transgender athletes from women's sports. The lawsuit was announced by U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi this morning. It comes almost 2 months after a public back and forth between President Trump and Maine Governor Janet Mills at the White House. This after Mills said Maine wouldn't comply with the president's executive order aimed at banning transgender athletes from participating in girls' and women's sports.
So you better comply, because otherwise you're not getting any federal funding. See you in court. Every state, good, I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one.
Last week, a judge ordered a pause on a USDA funding freeze for Maine that was in response to the state's refusal to comply with the executive order. Spotify is experiencing an outage this morning. More than 40,000 users reported having issues accessing the music streaming service on downdetector.com just after 9 a.m. Eastern. Michael Kastner, NBC News Radio.
Be safe, Kentucky. Buckle up and put the phone down.
Brought to you by Team Kentucky and the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety. Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 26th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
Jury selection has started in the sex crimes retrial of former movie producer Harvey Weinstein in Lower Manhattan. Scott Pringle reports.
The trial is expected to last 6 weeks. Weinstein is facing 1 count of rape and 2 counts of criminal sexual acts. This is connected to alleged incidents involving an actress in a hotel room, a production assistant, and another woman who was not part of the original case. Lindsay Goldbrum is the attorney for that woman.
This was not consensual. This was sexual assault with force. Her story is not mine to tell, but she will tell it on the witness stand.
Weinstein was convicted in 2020, but that conviction was tossed after an appeals court ruled the witness process was handled incorrectly.
3 people were arrested. Several more were ejected last night from a town hall held by Georgia Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. 1 man was dragged out by 4 police officers from the side, a community center in the Atlanta area. Police say 2 people were tased after resisting arrest. Local media reports the event was tightly controlled as crowds stood outside with empty chairs inside. Green used much of the event to praise policies of President Trump. Health officials are raising awareness about a health problem bigger than influenza. Katie Gray with more.
This comes as the agency says there has been a rise in STI infections over the past 5 years. This week is Sexually Transmitted Infectious Awareness Week. Experts do recommend practicing abstinence or being mutually monogamous with a partner that has tested negative for all STIs as a way to stay safe. I'm Katie Gray.
United Airlines will reduce the number of flights this summer. The Chicago-based carrier says it plans to trim domestic capacity by 4%. And that's going to start in the third quarter. Michael Kastner, NBC News Radio.
It's going down this Saturday with the uniquely talented violinist, Maya McCutcheon.
Hey, this is Maya the violinist, and I'm looking forward to seeing you guys at Smoking Bourbon.
Sharing the stage with our country cousin from Tennessee, DLY2.
Hey, Danville, Kentucky, it's your Tennessee cousin, DLY2. I'll be at Smoking Bourbon this Saturday from 7 to 10 p.m. Would love to see you out. I'll also perform in my latest single, Waiting in Vain, a nice R&B jazz compilation, so see you there. Smoking Bourbon.
Doors open at 7, and the event is complimentary. Limited seating available, so get there early and get ready to have a memorable time.
Smoking Bourbon.
In Danville.
Whether you're looking for affordable lunch specials with coworkers or in the mood for a delicious dinner with family and friends, your Danville Applebee's offers dining options you'll love. For delivery, call 859-936-7400. That's 936-7400 for a list of delivery options. Try the new and improved takeout car side to go. Simply order online, schedule your pickup time, and get it in designated to-go spaces. Always eating good in the neighborhood. You'll enjoy Applebee's on the Danville Bypass.
The Hometown Radio Network Sports broadcast schedule. High school baseball tonight. Boyle County hosts Danville after the Rebels took game 1 of the series yesterday, 9-6. They're back at it tonight. We'll have that game on Z105 WRNZ FM with a 6 o'clock first pitch. Meanwhile, tomorrow night, Garrett County is at Boyle County, and fast pitch softball will have that 6 o'clock first pitch on Z105 between Garrett County and Boyle. And all games stream live online at hometownlive.net.
Hey, if you believe conservative is not a bad word, join other enlightened listeners and me, Sean Hannity, weekdays at 3 on AM 1230 WHIR.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. The Kentucky Department of Education says it has eliminated all DEI initiatives from public schools. Kentucky Department of Education Commissioner Robbie Fletcher told public school superintendents that in an email on Sunday, saying that he is, quote, confident that through our statewide commitment to providing opportunity and access for every student, that we can advance towards meeting the needs and ensuring success of each student in Kentucky's public schools. While the Kentucky General Assembly did pass a bill that did away with DEI initiatives on Kentucky's public college campuses, they did not pass anything related to Kentucky's public schools. The decision, however, comes about 2 weeks after President Donald Trump and the U.S. Department of Education directed schools to end DEI initiatives or risk losing federal funding. Numbers from the Herald Leader show that Kentucky's public schools receive over $1 billion in annual funding. A sizable amount of that goes towards school lunches. I'm Joe Mathis.
Sutton Pharmacy, friendly service from people you know. Generations of serving our community, immunizations, prescriptions, and so much more. Helpful people, free local delivery, mobile app refills right to your door. Visit SuttonRx.com. Sutton Pharmacy, friendly service from people you know.
In Lancaster on Maple Avenue.
Got the top price for your livestock? Take them to the Bluegrass South Livestock Market, where they have drop-off hours to fit the busy farmer's needs, selling your livestock a profitable and a pleasant experience. Save the hassle of a long haul. Sell your livestock at the Bluegrass South Livestock Market, 277 Courtier Road in Stanford. Call Bluegrass South Livestock Market